Good evening, or good afternoon, or good morning. For those of you who stay up late in Sydney, it's 10 o'clock. I'm really thankful for your dedication. I'm Zani. I'm the organizer and host of this public event, co-sponsored by 4C, Forces of Renewal Southeast Asia, a network of concerned scholars and activists, Genocide Watch, Hindus for Human Rights based in Washington, D.C., the International People's Lawyers Association, and a number of other co-hosts, and I will introduce them as we go along. We have a really exciting 5-hour event, non-stop, and we have about 30 plus scholars, musicians, artists, and activists. All of us are engaged in real-life political events, trying to push back what we consider and what Noam Chomsky called proto-Fascism. About 100 years ago, last month, October, Musollini marched onto Rome and claimed power. So this is almost, in a very negative way, a centennial. So without further ado, I would like to introduce a grandson of all Italian partisans or anti-fascist fighters, Silver Gentili. He will be performing a partisan song as the opening. He runs a music collective that attempts to revive partisan songs and inspire young Italian activists to fight fascism. As you know, Meloni government is extremely far right, and she just refused to let migrant rescue vessel to dock in Italy. And so, Silver, brother.
Here I am. Here I am. Thank you very much for calling me to participate in this great thing. It's such an honor and a pleasure for me. I will sing Pietà Morta as my first song, and basically that means that mercy is dead, and a very, very powerful song about those moments, and it's from the point of view of a fighter that is already dead and wants everybody else to have revenge for his freedom. So I'm going to sing you this old Italian song called Pietà Morta. Lassù sulle montagne, bandiera nera, è morto un partigiano nel far la guerra. È morto un partigiano nel far la guerra. Un altro italiano va sotto terra, laggiù sotto terra, trova un alpino caduto nella Russia con il cervino, ma prima di morire
ancor pregato, che Dio maledica quell'alleato, che Dio maledica chi t'ha tradito, lasciandoci sul dono, e poi fuggito, tedeschi traditori, l'alpino è morto, ma un altro combattente oggi è risorto. Combatte il partigiano, la sua battaglia, tedeschi e fascisti, fuori d'Italia, tedeschi e fascisti. Fuori d'Italia, vediamo a tutta forza, Italia è morta, vediamo a tutta forza, Italia è morta.
Thank you, Silver Cantil. We've got the opening remarks pre-recorded on Monday by world-renowned linguist and activist Professor Noam Chomsky. He will be 95 or 94 on December 7th. And he's still very active and a huge source of inspiration for many of us younger generations. We'll play his pre-recorded opening remarks. This is the pre-recorded opening remarks by Professor Noam Chomsky for the 17th November event, that's this coming Thursday, entitled After Musollini, a warning against future. 100 years ago, Mussolini took power in Italy. So this is almost in a negative way a centennial event. And Professor Chomsky recently talked to alternative radio, David Basserman, and coined the term savage capitalist proto-fascism. And this is the period that we as humanity and the planet are forced to undergo. I did not meet Professor Chomsky. I heard as a young student at the University of Wisconsin in Madison speak on international affairs. At the time, it was about the Samuel Huntington's clash of civilization. He spoke in Milwaukee, I think one of the public venue in a jam-packed audience, and I was one of the young students. That was 30 years ago, this fall, I believe. And for the last 30 years, I've been a virtual student, if you like, of Professor Chomsky's, public affairs, political analyses, interviews, and all that. But one thing I do wish to say, instead of going through all the accolades and intellectual accomplishments that need no introduction, is that he is a deeply, deeply rational mind with infinite amount of empathy and compassion for any group, any population, any human community that is undergoing sufferings. That includes Rohingya people in my country, Muslims, hundreds of millions of Muslims in India, and also importantly, he's always been very, very decent and humble and respectful of anyone who seeks his solidarity and contribution. And today's pre-recorded opening remarks, I have requested Professor Chomsky to allow me to dedicate it to three individuals, two of whom I believe were Professor Chomsky's close friends, Howard Zinn and Edward Said. And those two do not need introductions either. The third individual I would like to dedicate this to is one of my mentors, an historian by the name of Robert Cale, who was a contemporary with Professor Chomsky when Chomsky was finishing his PhD in linguistics in 1954. My own teacher was finishing his PhD at Harvard on Himmler and SS. So these three individuals will be with us today in spirit because they would fight, fascist, far-right injustices and repression wherever they may be. Professor Chomsky.
Thank you. The last 40 years have been the reign of what is called neoliberalism. There is an official description. It takes the guiding principles to be reliance on markets and limitation of the state. That official description is partially true. The proclaimed principles do hold for the large majority of the population. They do not, however, apply to the rich and the corporate sector. Quite the contrary. Under neoliberalism in practice, they are protected from market ravages by expanding state power. To put it briefly and succinctly, the true definition of neoliberalism is savage class war. We have some good measures of its effects. The quasi-governmental Rand Corporation, can't be more respectable, did a study of transfer of wealth in the past 40 years from the general population to the top 1%. Their estimate is roughly $50 trillion. That's an impressive achievement of class war. I won't run through the general consequences. You're familiar with them. I'll just mention one, which is illustrative. For men with just a high school degree, real wages fell by 7% in the 42 years from 1979 to 2021. That's a period in which productivity increased by roughly 80%. In the previous period of so-called regimented capitalism, real wages tracked productivity. That ended dramatically when the neoliberal assault began. As I've just stated, 80% rise in productivity, 7% fall in real wages. If you've had a high school degree, that means working class. By contrast with the fall, the real wages of men with college degrees rose by more than 34%, while the pay of men with advanced degrees rose by more than 60%. Roughly similar figures for women. Of course, that's nothing as compared with the astronomical rise in compensation for the managerial class or the explosion of super billionaires. In brief, class war with a vengeance, no holds barred. One consequence is a great deal of anger, resentment, bitterness, contempt for institutions. It's justified, but it's unfocused. It's aimed at all the wrong targets, immigrants, people of color, and so on. That's a triumph of class war in a different dimension. These effects create fertile terrain for the rise of demagogues of the Trump variety, people who have the talent to hold one hand high with a banner telling working people, I love you, while the other hand is stabbing them in the back. That was, in fact, Trump's main accomplishment. His one legislative achievement was a radical tax cut for the wealthy and corporations, the costs transferred to the rest. His associates pursue the same policies, as do their counterparts in other countries. When you're about to conduct vicious class war, it's important to eliminate means of defense. That means primarily labor unions. Reagan and Thatcher initiated the neoliberal assault with a major attack on unions. They opened the door for the corporate sector to launch its own harsh attacks, often by illegal means, but that doesn't matter when you're supported by a criminal state. Democrats took over under Clinton, 1990s, and carried the attack further. Clinton's neoliberal globalization policies, like NAFTA and the World Trade Organization, these were framed in rhetoric about free trade. They were, in fact, highly protectionist, affording extraordinary rights to investors while carefully designed to undermine labor by setting working people around the world in competition with one another, while capital was freed to seek maximum advantage and was protected from competition by unprecedented protectionist devices, imposing an enormous cost on consumers. Pharmaceuticals, to take one crucial current example. The attack on labor also took other forms. A study in the 90s under NAFTA auspices found that union organizing efforts were regularly blocked by threats to transfer the enterprise abroad. It's again illegal, but that doesn't matter with the collusion of a state dominated by the corporate sector, as the Democrats abandoned any commitment they had in the past to working people, became a party of affluent professionals and Wall Street. That was incidentally illustrated again a few days ago in the voting patterns in the midterm elections. Democrats lost even more of the working class than they had before, understandably. The pattern was set early on. Deregulation of financial institutions, quite predictably, led to crashes, and the state was called upon regularly to bail out the perpetrators. One of the earliest acts of the Reagan administration was the largest bank bailout in American history. Reagan's term ended with a huge savings and loan crisis and another massive bailout. In between, there were power plays and state intervention to save incompetent US manufacturing from superior Japanese and German production. The rest of the population was hit hard. It continued under his successors with increasingly large state interventions as crashes became more severe. Should be added that there were none during the earlier periods of regulated capitalism before the dismantling of New Deal style controls under the new neoliberal doctrines. The Obama bailouts in 2008 and 9 after the Great Recession were quite illuminating in this regard and had many consequences. There was congressional legislation for bailouts. They had two components. One component was funds to bail out the perpetrators of the deep recession, the criminal banks and the insurance companies who made huge profits from selling subprime mortgages and other crooked devices. That was one component. Another component was funds to bail out the victims, the people who were thrown out of their on the streets when they lost their homes, others like them. Well, under neoliberal principles, it was easy to predict which commitment was kept. The Inspector General of the Treasury Department was so outraged that he wrote articles and books denouncing the fraud to no avail. There was a consequence, a rapid shift of working class votes to their class enemy, who at least could say, "We love you," while stabbing them in the back, instead of just dismissing them with contempt while doing it. Well, there's a great deal more to say about the global class war. The primary victims, as usual, have been the most vulnerable. Latin America lost 2 decades under harsh structural adjustment programs, which also had savage effects elsewhere in the third world. In the United States and Britain, who were the primary agents in the assault, the social order is collapsing. There is resistance everywhere, sometimes with hopeful signs. I'll just close by quoting some insightful remarks 250 years ago by an astute analyst of early capitalism. He wrote that the masters of mankind, as he called them, in his day, the merchants and manufacturers of England, are the principal architects of government policy, and they make sure that their own interests are most peculiarly attended to, no matter how grievous the impact on others, including the people of England, but particularly the victims of the savage injustice of the Europeans abroad. That was Adam Smith. He was thinking particularly of India, where England was then in the early stages of its vicious depredations, which destroyed the richest country in the world. Smith went on to say that in all ages, the masters of mankind pursue their vile maxim, all for ourselves, nothing for anyone else. Well, that's class war, unless it is at least controlled, or better, overcome. The consequences of one-sided class war are grim. By now, they reach literally to the end of organized human society, as the vile maxim extends to destruction of the environment that sustains life. The good news is it can be controlled. Better than that, can be overcome to create a much better life for all, but only if the task is undertaken with commitment and dedication and understanding of the forces at play. Thank you.
The next speaker, I'm very pleased and privileged and honored to introduce is Bridget Anderson, Professor of Migration, Mobilities, and Citizenship at Bristol University. Bridget was also a neighbor of mine, and we share Burmese ancestry. And she was also well acquainted with Aung San Suu Kyi and one of the earliest spotters of Aung San Suu Kyi's lack of progressivism in her leadership. Without further ado, Professor Bridget Anderson.
Thank you very much, Zani. Thank you for inviting me, and solidarity with everyone who's attending. So first, the good news from the UK that you might not know, which is that post-Brexit, public opinion is much less obsessed with cutting the numbers of migrants, and more people want an asylum system that's fair than want an asylum system that deters refugees, even if that means allowing more people into the UK. But the bad news is that still daily racism flourishes, and it's experienced across the UK by people who are racialized in many different ways. People in asylum accommodation are particularly vulnerable. There's racist attacks, threats of rape and other forms of violence, stones, fireworks, bottles being thrown, bus drivers refusing to pick up people from hostels, and the list goes on. Then there's the institutionalized state violence that houses asylum seekers in rundown barracks and filthy hotels and holds them illegally in grotesquely overcrowded and squalid conditions, sometimes for weeks, leaving people vulnerable to disease and violence. This is fueled by the government and some elements of the media making a spectacle of immigration. The Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, in Parliament describing as an invasion the arrival of people risking their lives to cross the channel in small boats, and that the day after a fascist attack on an asylum centre. The government proposal to send asylum seekers to Rwanda for their claims to be heard under the Rwandan system have stalled, and the government is now proposing to extend the programme to Belize, Paraguay and Peru, though all of them deny they have anything to do with it. And it's worth noting that one reason for this unjust policy is that since Brexit, the UK can no longer send asylum seekers to the first EU country they arrived in, which is normal European practice under the Dublin system. So already we see the principle of asylum seekers being removed to other states to have their claim heard has been legitimised. So I could go on and list the horrors that not only asylum seekers, but migrants and people of colour more generally endure, and the racism that informs policy and practice that ranges from the violent to the polite. But you can find this by looking on the internet and social media. As Stefan Lindqvist said, it is not knowledge we lack. What is missing is the courage to understand what we know and to draw conclusions. We need not only to know the facts, but to have an analysis. And importantly, hostility to migrants and people who are imagined as somehow not one of us is not a peculiarly British phenomenon. How it manifests varies, but it is manifest across the world, from India to Israel, Dominican Republic to Myanmar, and across this world, the hostility has the capacity to undermine movements and struggles. At the same time, proto-fascists are networking, learning, and drawing strength from each other. So we need to forge relations and understandings of the habits of thought, ideas that are lying around that are weaponized, particularly at times of crisis and fear. We have to recognize how the roots of fascist thinking are normalized in such a way that we might not even recognize them. Our world and our lives are ever more interconnected, and we stand on the brink of planetary disaster, and yet we're put into a false competition with each other for life itself, driven by the powerful fear that there is not enough to go around, and the fate logic of, if you've got less, I will have enough to get by. The international border regime is a key mechanism facilitating this competition. National borders are powerful dividing lines brutally enforced. The logic of a world divided up into different nation states is now taken for granted and read back into history. We assume that people naturally belong in what are imagined as their own territories. Given that your income, life expectancy, and living conditions are overdetermined by where you're born, and that our world is grotesquely unequal, that is very bad luck for most people in the world. And where we belong is bound up with ancestry, that is through blood. It was ancestry that cast the spell that resulted in more than 70,000 people being deported from Dominican Republic to Haiti. It is Shamima Begum's Bangladeshi ancestry that meant she could be stripped of British citizenship. While the street fascists shout, "Go home," this is also the unspectacular logic of migration and citizenship regimes, whose manifestation means that every day across the world, people are stopped from joining loved ones, from working, and from escaping violence, as well as violently deported. But this logic that we're fixed to a place that we naturally belong to is contradicted by practice. Think about the queer people and women leaving countries where social relations oppress them, or young people striking out to see the world. And we are interconnected. Empire-forged economic and social ties intensified by globalization. People fleeing conflict are often seeking to enter those very countries that have profited from the weapons that move seamlessly across borders. People are unable to make a living because their agricultural practice has been undermined by multinational capital. People are enticed by comfort and consumerism beamed across borders by television and social media. All seek to move across international borders, and while capital flows easily across those borders, people, and particularly poor people, do not. Hostility to migrants is bound up with racism. Nationality insulates race and systems of race oppression and racial capitalism, enabling these to be treated as quite separate from migration and quite separate from the global economic order. We must connect the two. After the murder of George Floyd, the European Parliament voted to declare Black Lives Matter. Well, bully for them. The same European Parliament that voted against more search and rescue operations in the Mediterranean. The same European Parliament that voted through economic partnership agreements that have ruined Black small-scale producers in Africa. Black Lives Matter as long as they're not lived in Niger or Libya or pushing at the borders of Europe. Immigration controls are not only about nation, but they are also about class war, for they largely focus on controlling the mobility of those imagined as the global poor. One of the ways of obscuring the class nature of this is by talking about skill. It is low-skilled migrants who are considered the problem, who must be tied to employers, rendered temporary, depicted as unwanted, as lucky to get in. The so-called low-skilled are better described as low-waged, people who can turn their hands to everything, construction workers who dig and plaster today and tomorrow lay foundations, bricks and tiles, domestic workers who clean and cook at the same time as they look after the elderly. These workers are typically the most marginalized. Migrants, yes, but women, racialized people, disabled and otherwise minoritized people, and their labor is disrespected even though everyone depends on it. Through immigration, the skills regime mobilizes race, labor, nation, migration, gender and citizenship to divide and hierarchize. The unskilled largely, but not exclusively, inhabit the global south and rural areas. Combined with the trick of turning race into nationality and using the mechanism of immigration controls, skills internationalizes class distinction, but at the same time naturalizes national divisions between workers. What is bad for migrants is not good for citizens. Fighting fascism means rejecting the contemporary normalization of national divisions in struggles against racism, and rejecting hierarchies and dismantling gendered and racial capitalist relations. We have to challenge violence, but also the habits of thought that allow fascism to take root. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Bridget. If people are interested, you could listen to her TED Talk, Imagining a World Without Borders. And so we might use John Lennon's Imagine as a placeholder or filler. And thank you again. The next speaker I have a pleasure to introduce is Noam Chomsky. She is an Australian, but originally from Sri Lanka of Tamil heritage, and she and her family took refuge in Australia, and she is a barrister fighting for asylum seekers' rights, refugee rights, and protecting jailed, asylum seekers in offshore havens such as PNG. Nolene, she will be speaking from Sydney. And thank you for staying up very late.
Thank you, Zani. I'm losing my voice, but I'll try to be able to finish. Thank you, Zani, for giving me the opportunity to be here. Yes, I am Sri Lankan by origin, but I'm here today to talk about fascism. My first introduction to fascism may have been as a child growing up in Sri Lanka. However, my real experience of fascism was in Australia. The Western world that I was promised was glorious lights and had no fault. Growing up in a country like Sri Lanka, we were always taught that a country like Australia had no faults. There was justice, there was the rule of law, and there was no racism. However, as an adult, I have found that it's an absolute lie. I work with refugees and asylum seekers. In Australia, we have something called we have quite a few policies that we use to keep the refugees or the boat people away. One of them is obviously we deny them permanent protection. So even though Australia is party to the Refugee Convention, we have a visa system where we would assess if someone is a refugee, and then we would assess them again in 5 years and then deny them the refugee status that we previously gave them. Another bonus that you get because you got onto a boat is that, yes, you may have been granted a 5-year visa, but no, you will not be reuniting with your family. No, you will not be having your wife along with you. You will not see your child. This has caused so many migrants here, refugees, to commit suicide. So in the last year alone, to my knowledge, we've had at least 15 people in my own community, in Tamils, refugees who have committed suicide. And it is unfortunate. We have a government that has habit or an ability to re-victimize victims. So for instance, we have clients who have been raped. And when a woman comes to you from a culture from what we come, it is not spoken of. Rape is a taboo subject. Women don't actually just come out and say, yes, I was raped, because we love to talk about rape. No. However, the government, the visas, when they do grant them visas, they say, oh, so what if you've been raped? If you were sent back, you're not going to get raped. Or we have clients who have had cigarette butts being burnt inside of their thighs. And the Department of Home Affairs, which is the department that actually grants them visas, has said, just because you had cigarette butt burn marks on the inside of your thighs doesn't mean you were raped. So this has obviously now led us as lawyers to have to ask these people questions that are extremely personal and painful. For instance, I had a client yesterday who was in my office. She was held for 2 weeks by the security forces in Sri Lanka, and she was raped repeatedly. However, I had to get intricate details as to who came in, how many people came in, what did they do to you? And it was absolutely horrendous for myself as well as for her. But that is my daily grind. Why do I have to do that? Because there is no other way for me to prove that rape is occurring. And there is no way for the Australian government to accept, even though there is country information to say that rape is occurring, that this is how these people do get on those boats. This is how we get here. They will not accept that. And that is fascism. That is pure evil, for you to say to a woman, no, you need to relive that. And for instance, we do also have clients who, you know, when they talk about rape, they may say, oh, okay, yeah, he came with a green shirt. But then they may change that and say, he came with a white shirt. And that is a reason that they are refused their visas. And the Australian government says, oh, you just changed your story. You said he came with a green shirt, but then you said he came with a white shirt. So therefore, no, we don't accept that you are a refugee or a liar. All based on that very tiny, minute detail. However, is it fair to expect a woman to understand and know every detail of how she's being raped when she's actually being raped? No, we would not expect this of a Western civilized society. However, this is what we expect from people who are fleeing and running away and coming here after being persecuted. And that's one aspect of it. We also have another side of it, which is our criminal justice system here in Australia, where we have people being taken to courts and they don't speak the language, but we do not give them the right interpreter to speak the language. We give them an interpreter who cannot speak the dialect, or who doesn't even speak the same language. And then the judge says, oh, well, you know, no, I don't want you to fix, as the lawyer, I don't want you to fix their errors. That's fine, let them go through. Then you appeal it by bringing in an expert witness. I mean, you know, these people are vulnerable people. They don't actually have the money to bring in expert witnesses for all different dialects. And why is it that we prevent people from, you know, why is English being used as a language or a standard for you to either be a free man or a man behind bars? And this is a huge issue. I recently had a client who speaks he's from Malaysia, but he speaks Tamil, and he was given an interpreter from a completely different country. And we raised that issue with the department, and we said, hold on, this guy is gay, he's coming from Malaysia, so he needs to bring in an interpreter who can actually speak the language and understand what he's trying to say. And the Australian department said, oh, I'm sorry, we can't cater to everybody's needs. Then how are you going to get these people's claims? How are these people going to talk? We don't allow them to talk. We have a policy that my dear friend Daniel always says, you either speak English or you die. And that is in fact the truth. We as people of color, people who speak a different language, we are expected to speak English, or we have no other way of showing that we are in fact innocent. I get asked multiple times in a week when I go into court, oh, how do you speak English? Because, you know, it's not normal for people like me to be speaking English, or people like Zani or whoever. It's because that's the standard the government's given. That is what we are taught here. People who come here, people who are immigrants, they don't know English. We know the English. So therefore, you either say what we want you to say in our language, or you won't be given an opportunity to say it the way you want to say it. And that is fascism. And that is how people get convicted in these countries. And I, as a Tamil, have had the opportunity of representing clients who are also Tamil, who have been wrongfully convicted and put in prison. And I've had, you know, the prosecution or the police or the state question why I was involved in the case, and why they went overseas when there was another law firm that, you know, the prosecution preferred over us. And these are elements that needs to be accepted. Fascism it's in my point of view, it is a disease. It has to be cured. I think I read a saying that Adolf Hitler was actually intrigued by fascism, and we saw what that led to. If we all just sit around and wait for someone to cure it, it's not going to get cured. We are all going to die through this fascist system. Thank you very much, Simon.
Thank you, Noli. She spoke from Sydney. It's about 11 o'clock there. The next speaker I have the honor to introduce is Professor Boeringer. He's American, but has settled in Australia, retired as the Dean of Law School at Macquarie University, where he retains his honorary professorship. He's also, importantly, very active in the movement around the world to protect lawyers and journalists. And he's with the International People's Lawyers Association. Professor Boeringer? You are mute, yes.
G'day, mate. I'm also Australian. I've been doing research on the Philippines for several decades, focusing mainly, as you say, on the killing of lawyers, journalists, but also those killed in the drug war. And I've observed the general conditions in that country since the mid-1950s when I first visited. I might add, in the interest of transparency, I was banned from entering the country by the Duterte regime in 2018. Much of what has been said tonight by Noam Chomsky about the growth of conditions ripe for the development of the far right and incipient fascist regimes does certainly apply in the Philippines. While there are authoritarian strains in the country's culture, history, and governance, the seeds of fascism that can properly be called threads of proto-fascism, the Philippines has its own specific problems and responses to them. Two authoritarian regimes. The Philippines provides a case study that offers an opportunity to inquire into the nature of fascism. It is important to do so. As Chomsky said, it's imperative to know the social forces at play. The term fascism is often used inappropriately and pejoratively, without regard to accuracy or possible consequences. Some commentators contend that Ferdinand Marcos Sr., president 1965 to 1986, led a fascist regime. Specifically, that the repressive operations of his police, military, and paramilitaries both state and non-state, were fascist during the period of martial law, 1972 to 1981, and thereafter to 1986, when he was forced to flee the country, assisted by the USA that had abandoned him politically. Under Marcos, more than 3,000 were killed, thousands detained without trial, tortured, raped, and otherwise abused. Many others were disappeared. The media was severely restricted. Freedom of expression was gone. The Marcos family and cronies plundered vast riches from the people under color of law and the corporate veil. Ex-President Duterte and his government, 2016 to 2022, have also been called fascist. The police and military also. Under his regime, tens of thousands were murdered, including an estimated 30,000 plus suspects in the infamous drug war. In governing by killing, as it has often been referred to, all sectors were attacked. Indigenous people, small farmers and agricultural workers, trade unionists, priests and doctors, academics, students and teachers, journalists, lawyers, fisherfolk, human rights defenders and environmental activists, critics of government policies, all with a very high rate of impunity. One critic who first exposed the police involvement in corruption associated with the drug war, Senator Lila de Lima, was put in prison where she has remained for more than 5 years. Almost all the witnesses against her have recanted their statements, saying they were coerced by Duterte's Secretary for Justice. Innumerable others have been detained or trumped up charges, many only to be released when found not guilty sometime, often much time later. Many thousands have been red tagged, including myself. That is, labeled as communists or supporters, often leading to their assassination. Formally, the media remained relatively free, if chastened by the killing of at least 34 journalists, although several organizations critical of the government have been closed or threatened with closure. The judiciary was taught a lesson when the Chief Justice, a critic of the government, through the cases decided, was removed in what many believe to have been an unconstitutional process. Are they rightly understood as fascist regimes? In my view, they are not. How do we determine if a regime, especially an authoritarian regime, as these were, how do we determine if it is fascist? And why does it matter? It is important to know your enemy, therefore, to know how to respond, resist, and defeat that enemy. A classic example of a failure to do so is the Stalin-inspired 1928 decision of the Comintern that social democracy was actually social fascism, a wing of the fascist movements. This led the German Communist Party to refuse to ally with the Social Democrats against the Nazis. Indeed, the leader of the party said at one point, after Hitler, then us. Only several years after Hitler came to power did the party adopt a popular front strategy. By then, of course, the Nazis were well entrenched in power. It is no easy task to differentiate regimes as they emerge, develop, and gain power in different countries, in different circumstances. Accordingly, I think it is useful to have a discussion about this problem. I will suggest basic attributes of fascist regimes. One, it will be authoritarian, a strong leader who emphasizes order and obedience. Two, a highly organized mass movement with combative, often paramilitary forces in the street. Today, this might be supplemented, I'm sure it would be, by social media, and is being supplemented. 3, a nationalist, possibly a militaristic ideology, which is usually the case, but not necessarily in my view. Usually, there will be an identified other. Racism normally goes with fascism. A radical vision of changes it seeks. It will be severely critical of past regimes, aiming at the elite, the establishment, and possibly even against the concept of democracy and/or the capitalist system. The latter often and mostly rhetoric. While it will claim to be fighting on behalf of the working class, the poor, or the middle class, it will have or will establish very good and close relations with the capitalist class, or appropriate fractions of that class, as the case may be. The case was such with Duterte. 5, while it will appear to be committed to a new law-based order, it will use violence and other illegal processes to gain its ends. And finally, 6, the fascist state will seek to regulate most activities of civil society to maintain and to reproduce the fascist system, economic, political, and social, through, for example, education, culture, the media, and repression, the familiar repressive state apparatuses and ideological state apparatuses suggested by Althusser. Both the Duterte and Marcos regimes met in whole or in part attributes 1 to 5. Both failed, number 6. In summary, Marcos and Duterte were content to work within the capitalist system that had the forms of a democracy, but which they manipulated to their advantage using fear and terror when necessary. Marcos did proclaim his purpose was to create a new society, but that was largely rhetorical. Perhaps more than Duterte, his was indeed a proto-fascist regime. What of President Marcos Jr., in office now for 5 months? Of him, Duterte commented that he is a spoiled boy, too soft, not a leader, never achieved anything. I doubt that Marcos Jr. will sue him in defamation. He will not build on the proto-fascist heritage. It seems he has 3 goals: to rehabilitate the family's reputation, to protect the billions plundered by his parents, and to live a good life while the technocrats run the country. But he will let the military and police continue the repression as they see appropriate, including in the drug war. But he will try cautiously to reduce the killings so that he will not be scorned by those in other countries, and international institutions will give the Philippines a pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Boehringer. The next speaker is our brother from Venice, Silver. He will perform another number. You need to unmute, Silver. And he is the frontman of a 12-year-old music collective band.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, hi again. Silva Cantele here from Venice. And I'm going to play a song of mine, actually. And it's a song about freedom and responsibility. It's called Freedom's Path. Thank you for listening and thank you for having me here.
Leaders and cancers are the same. They are our enemies, our pain. They are the beast you have to face. Such a huge disgrace for human race. Okay, these words might be too strong. And tell me please if I go wrong. I can't stand the way we live. We exchange our lives with something we don't need. And there's something kills. It's not that hard to understand. We're all the same, women and men. We could be rich and safe and good, but we're still poor and sad, cause we might and we cold. Now we can change, I do believe, one by one the way we live. If everyone will move and stay, we will walk together on freedom path. 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 On freedom path.
Thank you.
Thank you, Siva, from Venice. And we are only about 8 or 9 minutes behind our schedule, and so it's not bad. And the next speaker I have the pleasure to introduce is Professor Francesco Della Papa. He will be speaking from Verona, Italy. He's a professor of sociology at Focari University of Venice. Professor Papa?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thanks for the invitation. I'm gonna read my speech, so I will. It will be better. It will be easier to respect a timeline. And I'm sorry for my English pronunciation. Maybe, as you know, in Italy we have two problems. The second one is English. So the world is going through an historic and unprecedented crisis of the capitalist mode of production. The war in Ukraine is only the latest in a sequence of traumatic events at the beginning of the 21st century. Wars, economic and financial crisis, Great Recession, pandemic, increasingly frequent ecological disaster are the result of the contradiction of the socioeconomic system and the mode of production, now irreversibly collapsing. Historically, the main moments of crisis of the capitalist socioeconomic system have been temporarily, of course, overcome by agglomeration of states in a dominant position, up to now the US and its European allies and NATO countries. In foreign politics, with war, as in exactly happening right now. In internal politics, with a mixture of ultraliberalism and turbo-capitalism in the economic sphere, through which social spending is cut and the right of working classes are eliminated, and fascism in the political sphere, through which form of dissent and class struggle are suppressed. External war, internal repression, cuts in social spending and devaluation of the workforce has always been the way to relaunch capitalist accumulation in crisis. Just as the outbreak of the First and the Second World War were the response to the global crisis of the capitalist system, as well as the affirmation of fascism in Europe was the response to the difficulties of the European bourgeois who relied on authoritarian forms of government. Today, Italy I'm going to focus on the country where I live, but similar situation is taking shape in many countries around the world. I would say today, Italy, with the Meloni government, a radical right-wing government led by nostalgic of the fascist period, is responding exactly in this way. In foreign policy, it aligns itself with the interest of NATO, sends weapons, soldiers, and specialized personnel to the Ukraine and neighbor countries. In internal politics, from the one hand, it privatizes welfare states and cuts social spending, even in healthcare, in aftermath of the pandemic that hit this country with particular violence. And from the other hand, issues repressive law to silence any form of dissent. For example, the recent so-called anti-rave party law, which strikes with imprisonment up to 6 years and immediate arrest for those who organize or participate in gatherings of more than 50 people. With this law, no one can feel safe or innocent. The most prudence in behavior, far away from politics, from the trade union, from any form of organizations either. The prudent citizens will not stop listening to a rally because they run the risk of being arrested. Each meeting may be qualified as a seditious meeting. Each meeting may be dissolved and the participant identified and detained. It is a question of arbitrariness that is entirely directed to the activities of the organized working class. Obviously, all this is supported by a racist ideological campaign coming from the institutions and reverberated by the mass media toward the population. However, I would like to underline that the work of this government is in complete continuity with the previous one. Sufficient to consider the cuts in social spending by the Draghi government. Draghi was an ultra-liberal former banker of the European Bank. The Salvini decrees. Salvini was the racist former minister of the interior, which hits again with prison the protest in the streets. And the legislative initiatives developed by the previous minister Lamorgese, but never approved. Thus, the Meloni government continues and completes the work of Draghi government on this issue, as well as on NATO alliances, Europeanism, the war in Ukraine, and the entire so-called Draghi agenda of the previous government, against which Meloni screamed and langed from the chairs of parliament while she was at the opposition. Giorgia Meloni, in fact, presented herself as an element of discontinuity, strengthened by her fascist sympathies, the support of extra-parliamentary groups of the radical right and pro-fascist. For example, Casa Pound, a political movement founded in 2003, that had its own publishing house, a newspaper with national circulation, various public venues throughout Italy, and another party, Forza Nuova, founded in 1997, that has offices in all regions of the country and links to fascist terrorism, as well as some other smaller far-right movement organization operating in regional and local level in Italy. The Meloni government, initially animated by Euroscepticism, a desire for protectionist policies, sympathy for the strongman Putin, and hostile to NATO, showed off during the pandemic period by defending conspiracy theory and disinformation, using the slogan of the health dictatorship of the government, and organized or actively participated in protests in Italian cities against the restrictive measure aimed at containing the spread of COVID-19. However, once in power, Meloni and her government immediately become aligned with the so-called Draghi agenda and the liberalistic policies of the previous government, and confirmed its loyalty to NATO. It cannot be otherwise, since the Italian, but of course not only Italian, political line is dictated by great international and national capital. Actually, a war economy is in place. Cutting social spending, healthcare, wages, even with the skyrocketing inflation and increasing in military spending, as well as a war policy is in place, law to repress any dissenting voice, and obviously a war propaganda against what is identified as the external enemy, that is to say the rising capitalist countries, first of all Russia and China, but also Iran, India, etc., and their working classes, and against the enemy within the country. That is to say, first of all, the migrants. The internal war against the migrants work both to distract the Italian working classes from the real class enemy and as a form of discipline for the migrant themselves. both those who want to enter in Italy and those who are already here, to make them accept any working and salary condition. In fact, the aim of the war against migrants is not to keep them from entering, is not to eliminate migration, rather than to make them accept the most miserable living and working condition and cancel their social and labor rights. And secondly, those of all working class, using migrants as leverage to blackmail and lower general working condition. The first things that the Meloni government has done is to sign the directive blocking the entry of NGO ship into Italian territorial waters. Firstly, the two ships, Ocean Vikings and Humanity One, which rescued 326 migrants. But why so much noise around the NGO, given that most of the landing take place with small boats and rubber dinghies? The migrant rescued by NGO don't exceed 10% of the total, without counting the migrants who arrive by other routes, for example, the Balkan routes. Not to mention that the majority of migration in Italy come from family reunification and not through the channel of international protection and asylum, which represent only the most spectacularized and mediatized reality of the migration in the country. So the move is entirely propaganda. Then there is the action of pressure on migrants, the blackmail of repatriation, the exhaustive stay in the so-called reception centers, and all the paraphernalia of taming the future workforce that supports the economy of corporals, agricultural entrepreneurs, hotel and restaurant businessmen, small and big manufacturing industry. This is the whole reason for the preventive treatment, which must show the migrant the strength and the arrogance of their new master and discourage their rebellion. The intimidating and cowardly message of the new government is also aimed at the mass of migrant workers, including those who have long resided in Italy, because if the danger to our tranquility, security, identity, etc., come from outside, then all those who have come from outside the sacred national border in the past years must be looked at, observed, and monitored as suspected enemy. So that there will always be a gap between them and the native workers, deluding the leader that they too aren't under special observation and control. However, without migrant workers, the economy of national capitalism will only get worse. So the more than predictable conduct of the current government will also be some arrest, some repatriation from time to time, of course, 1,000 more deaths at sea, an increase in racist propaganda, and increase in repression. But the cheap and flexible arms of migrant workers, and migrant family are too useful for Italian capitalists and bourgeois to do without. However, it must be said that factory, logistic warehouse, and workplaces see more and more demonstration of unity, protest, and solidarity between native migrants and between native and migrant workers, above all organized by small radical unions such as SICOBAS. Therefore, in just a few weeks, the new post-fascist-led government has already fully revealed its reactionary and fiercely anti-working class nature. It's here a warmongering government whose granite NATO alliance position is in line with the NATO-led imperialist plan and in perfect continuity with the army race preached by the EU and practiced by the previous Conte Draghi government, a plan which in a framework of global capitalist crisis used the wicked Russian invasion of Ukraine as an alibi to initiate an economic and military settlement of accounts with Russian imperialism and in perspective with China and other emerging capitalist and imperialistic powers. A plan which, behind the rhetoric of the democratic strikes and the instrumental use of the self-determination demands on both sides, that is to say Western Ukraine and Donbass, has its sole purpose the contest for the looting and division of raw materials and sphere of influence to four corners of the planet. It is an enemy government against the workers, because while inflation stirs millions of working class families, a new wave of state gift is being prepared for the economic elite, lowering taxes on the wealthier and encouraging tax evasion through rising of the ceiling for the use of cash up to 10,000 euros, Meanwhile, school infrastructure are falling apart, healthcare and public transport are collapsing, and the slaughter of deaths at work continues unabated. It's an enemy government against unemployed and poor people, which aims to cancel the basic income, a state subsidy for the unemployed, to favor the most brutal form of exploitation, illegal work, and starvation wages. It is an enemy government against the environment, in which climate change denial prevails, which is functional to legitimize policies of environmental devastation in the name of profits. A government that has cut the minimum conversion cost to green energy to invest in military spending. It is a racist government with which its refoulement policies fuel hatred towards migrants, and with the restriction of the issuance of documents create a pool of ultra-blackmail illegal migrants and for the use and consumption of unscrupulous slave masters and corporals. It is an enemy government against women and freedom of sexual orientation, which take up the crusades against abortion and family model based on patriarchy and homophobia. It is a repressive government which, as demonstrated by the recent anti-racist decrees, aims to criminalize social and trade union struggle, further tightening the persecution measures already enforced with the security disease passed by previous government and encouraging the climate of police states against strikes, pickets, and occupation for working and housing purposes. It is certainly a more violent attack on social rights, but it must be said that it's an attack in continuity with that of previous center-left, center-right, and the so-called technical governments under the dictation of big industry and large financial capital. In fact, like historical fascism, the current government also combines liberalistic economic recipes and class struggle from above, that is to say, the class struggle that the economic elite fights against subaltern classes, with repressive and anti-democratic policies. Like historical fascism, these governments support turbo-capitalist accumulation in a time of profound global crisis, from which it will be possible to get out only by transforming the struggle between migrants and native, the struggle between nations, the struggle between workers of different countries into a struggle between classes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Purper from Verona. Appreciate the efforts very much. The next speaker is Dr. Sindhuja Sankara. She is a British-trained social psychologist and a leading Indian activist on refugees in Europe. She founded Rethinking Refugee, and she is teaching at Sai University in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. The university is one of the first liberal arts universities in India. Sindhuja?
Thank you, Maung, for first of all organizing this very significant event. So what we are witnessing today is this deadly disease of fascist-led movements that has resulted in the moral failure of the world to confront persecution and genocide. Genocide is the most violent and pernicious form of human rights violation. Unfortunately, in the decades since the Holocaust, we have been unable to prevent or even halt the most brutal forms of violence against groups of people. Take Rwanda, take Bosnia, and the Rohingyas of Myanmar. A substantial human cost of fascist-led movements is displaced people, refugees fighting to be accepted in societies, and asylum seekers waiting for months in unfathomable conditions to live a dignified and humane life. The label refugee has a new meaning. Unfortunately, it has been misconstrued as a nuisance fueled by the attitudes of those right-wing authoritarians in society. Now, people keep saying that refugees are invading their countries and their sheer number seems unmanageable. However, there are two factors involved. Refugees flee fascist-led governments where they normalize persecution and genocide. For instance, very soon, perhaps Indian Muslims in India would find a legitimate reason to seek asylum owing to the fascist-led persecution by the Hindutva and the current Indian government. Now, the second factor is political will. Poland could not accept 4,000 refugees from the Greek islands in 2015, but now they host the most significant number of Ukrainian refugees. There's this concept called selective empathy, and it is definitely an outcome of such fascist movements. The sheer distinction between white and non-white refugees, and to indicate that one group deserves better or more protection over the other, is an attitude fostered by the presence of fascist government. Now, while fascist leaders keep emerging, for instance, now in Italy, what is of utmost concern is the people who support these movements. Public opinion is now a force to reckon with. So the more we have people who vote for such fascist governments, it's more likely that the movement will progress, and governments might come and go, but people are still there to fuel and reiterate the movement. So have we learned sufficiently from the past? Are we doing enough to prevent new genocides? Are we doing enough to ensure that those escaping from genocidal situations find safety and protection? What we do need is we need to find determined political leadership. We need to spur reluctant politicians into action. We need to raise awareness about the dangers of fascism. We need to engage in effective collective action. And we overall need to remember that it is the war that must be stopped, not the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sindhuja, for that very succinct delivery. The next speaker that I like to call on is somebody that I'll call a brother. Daniel Taylor is refugee lawyer based in Melbourne. And he and Norleen in Sydney, they work as a team. And also he has distinguished himself as the very first human rights activist and lawyer in Australia who took Aung San Suu Kyi to court when she was visiting Canberra as a state guest. And the case did not succeed, but Daniel made history, taking the Nobel Peace Laureate to court for her complicity in the crimes against the crimes against the Rohingya people using the Commonwealth law crimes against humanity. Daniel, Aung San Suu Kyi has been released, and so maybe Daniel can consider filing a second or follow-up case. Oh, you are
Thank
muted.
you, Zach.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. I didn't realize has she been released?
She has been amnestied along with other people. The Burmese regime uses these prisoners, the activists, as chips to bargain with international community.
Yes. Well, I mean, the so-called, if you like, the democracy movement, which was run by Aung San Suu Kyi, and the human rights movements, for example, by Amnesty, you know, many of them have contributed to genocides by their selective accounting. For example, Amnesty's siding with the Burmese military in the 2017 genocide in accusing it of being all started by Rohingyas, and in blaming them for conducting massacres, which were quite clearly run by the Burmese military. And there's been no accountability or international outcry about that, and it is just an utter outrage. But thank you, Zani, for this, and distinguished guests for the opportunity to confer with such distinguished colleagues and activists who've taken out of their own lives and risked their own lives through the course of their lives for humanity. Just a short word about me. I mean, you know, it's a privilege. I don't have a speaking right, but a privilege. And I guess that you know, it perhaps just a little bit about me growing up as a racist Western Sydney, as we were all want to do, because that was the culture, and hence came the phrase "speak English or die" was part of the common parlance in that you know, part of the world. You know, if I'd been black, for example, and spoken out in a similar way, or Muslim or something like that, I, you know, would have no doubt been taken down by the law. But that's, if you like, white privilege to get a second chance. So anyway, here I am. But I know that, but I do note that, and it's quite severe. The, you know, the anti-Semitism, the anti-blackness, the anything other than, you know, whatever one considers one white or whatever it was. That's Australia. That's how I grew up. That was, you know, not even questioned. And it's sad, really. I mean, it's abusive actually to grow children up like that. So how does one throw in one's lot with the dispossessed? I mean, one has to, if you like, converse, listen, be open to hear, and you know, what is it to say? Not run away from the pain, because it's challenging as a human being. I'm challenged as a human being in my work. I'm challenged to have to hear people talk about the things that have been done to them. I'm challenged to hear the things that have happened to their family members. It's got to be harder for them than for me, but you know, I think unless we challenge ourselves as human beings to open up to the suffering of children experiencing famine and death, we don't have a hope for the future. And this is something which I wouldn't say that I would say I'm agnostic, because the language of atheism or God might be open to miscommunication and may not convey, you know, our common human experience. But what I'm recognizing in the world is that while 40 years ago we could bear witness at least to famine because it was brought in our TV screens and whatnot, now it's seen as distasteful and nobody wants to know. And I think it's shocking that and fascist, in fact, in its own way, that the soccer can take the news but the famine cannot. And it says something about anti-black racism, which really has to be spoken about. It is fundamental. It is as much a blight on humanity as anti-Semitism, and we have to root it out. We have to root it out completely. What I wanted to say is that science, national dialogue, national constructs, borders, the law, all lack the courage, the honesty, the foresight, the integrity to speak about the truth. Language, science may speak of billions of years, but it's meaningless unless it's put into context, because for the global climate change reviews, we dare not look more than 70 or 80 years into the future. It's too frightening. But 1,000 years is but as yesterday when it is past, or as a watch in the night. And the scale of decline of the earth and the increasing calamity is borne by the poor, because someone or something always has to pay. There is no free lunch. And that someone or something is paying the price now. That is the pestilence. That is the famine. That is the war. And it's not just war, it's genocide. And that is the death. And I think that we need to, we have an existential crisis. Whether we perceive ourselves as being liberal or fascist or whatever, while we are within this paradigm of, as has been mentioned, capitalist class war, or even more fundamentally hierarchical war, and that hierarchy goes across these fake and imaginary lines called borders. It crushes people by their millions says that it's right and just because it's happening in their country. And this is if you like, polite fascism. This is the fascism that says that denies resources, that steals and extracts the resources from the poor, but exports the death to them, and enforces, and should they try to come across the ocean, enforces their let alone regional processing. The navies of the world are the forces that are going to hold them back. And it well may be said, Phil, as my grandfather used to, and we do have a historical perspective. I'm glad you mentioned the historical perspective of the grandson of partisans. Well, also my similar. So also my grandfather used to speak at the Domain, and he had a placard, and it said, "Fill ye up the measure of your fathers, for as they shot the Aborigines for sport, so you suppress all their revolts against injustice, offended lest the eyesore of their plight expose that whitewash sepulchre in Canberra," which is Australia's capital, "and the dead men's bones within." And of course, he got beaten up for holding such a sign, but that's the truth of the matter. Our civilization, our peace, our tranquility is subsidized by the death of the children, the death in famine. It's civilized by the extermination of whole species, ecosystems, continents. Really, we need to look into the future, and it's the crisis is very existential, and I implore all of humanity to feel for others, to open their hearts, to let that pain in from other people. That's all we can do. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. We can all feel your despair and also the desire and the will to fight back. And so thank you.
Thank you, Zani.
The next speaker I have the pleasure to give the floor to is Real Thang. He's my fellow Burmese compatriot from a Chin national background. He is an activist in exile in Australia, studied at the ANU. He also studied the Balkans and what transpired across the Balkans at the European University in Budapest. Real Thang. He is not very well, but he's very dedicated, so he decided to keep his commitment to this event. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much all. I'm really happy to have the opportunity to share a platform with such honorable people. And I really want to skip this session as I was not feeling with, but this opportunity too much for me to skip. So yeah, so my name is Real Thang, as Dr. Zani has already mentioned. And also, I'm not actually the expert on this fascism or whatever. My background is environmental, but growing up in Chin State and also Burma, one of the ethnic minority group, I really want to also contribute how I have observed and also experienced throughout my life the fascism, the history, and also especially by myself and the experience that I had in Burma, Myanmar. So yeah, so I want to look at a brief history of the fascism in Myanmar as a Chin ethnic minority group. I grew up learning the history of Burma, not the history of Chins, the history of Burmese, which we learn how great the first Burmese kingdom, the Bagan kingdom, and also the second Burmese emperor, Dongwu, and also the third Burmese kingdom like Dongwu. So I grew up learning all this history and always thought myself as a change how great these Burmese king are throughout my high school years. But I never had a chance to experience and also observe the history of the Chin people or other ethnic minority group, because we were not, that is not a part of the textbook of the history. So from my observation and also some reading that I made, the fascism in Myanmar or Burma, modern Burma, has very much rooted in the understanding of the history, how we learn the history, and how the history has been taught throughout this modern period of Burma. So first, as I said, I call it the pro-military Buddhist nationalists, always, as we were once, also understand the history. The modern Burma is a continuation of the first and the second, the third Burma, which completely ignore the participations of the ethnic other minority group in the founding of this nation. So this is how we understood and has been understood by today the pro-military Buddhist nationalists, and has been for decades promoted by the military regimes. For example, I also my previous article a little bit I mentioned that the modern Burma, as the ethnic minority people understand, is we were a part of this country. We were a member of the founding member of this country, but to many of our fellow especially Burmese pro-military Buddhists, they do not see that way as we observe. And also, for example, as we can see, they see the modern Burma is born out of the fourth continuations, born out of the military, the military is the founding member, and also they see the military as the founder, the guardians, and the protector of the modern Burma. And also, if we look at the history that we learn, the Myanmar Buddhism, Myanmar is always coined together. And so this nation has to be, this country has to be a Buddhist nation. That has been promoted in the making of the modern Burma. If we look at, for example, in 1960, the attempt to make the Buddhism as a state religion. And also, if we look at the establishment of the Ministry of the religious affair, which openly promote the Buddhism, promote and also propagations of Sasana, Buddhist Sasana, Tatana. And for example, in 1998, we can see that a cabinet decided international Theravada Buddhist missionary under the Ministry of Buddhist, the Ministry of Religious Affairs. They, with the motto saying "Long live the Buddhist Sasana," which this state ministry only promoting the one particular religions, and also which marginalizing and also other minority religious group, which include Christian, Muslim, and also other group. So this has been manifest in so many ways. This fascism, for example, if we look at the history, the Buddhist king were always seen as, for example, King Anorita was portrayed as the one who bring the Buddhism into this country. And also, if we look at the Bagan, is we can see that how great this king is to bring this Buddhist. And also, this similar pattern is promoted by successive military leaders. For example, whenever a new military leader come up, they will come and erected Buddhist the pagoda anywhere to leave their legacy as a leader who promoted Buddhism in every state and regions in the country. And also, I grew up in Chin State, which all often experiences, for example, the Myanmar military will come and say Chinso, which is Chin rubbish, which is pretty much used until today in many ways. And the same is experienced by many others ethnic minority group in Myanmar. And they would drag people out of the church and also from the home and beat them. And we have to, when I was in high school, we thought that this is the right of the military to do all this. The Burmese military, they have the right to beat and kick and torture the people of Chin because they are superior, something like that. These mindsets have been rooted in many of ethnic minority group. So, and we believe that with the Aung San Suu Kyi, for example, the come into power, we believe, we expect that this will somehow go away, but instead, Aung San Suu Kyi also and the NLD promoting similar narrative of fascism, which by erecting the Aung San statues everywhere, including ethnic minority group regions and across the country. So this is the modern how the fascism has manifest based on the understanding of our history. So we approach that we believe that we have to unlearn and also deconstruct this understanding of the history, but we haven't got in political institution or also powerful enough to promote the deconstructions of the history, our historical understanding, and also the modern equality in the country. So this is what my personal observations, and thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you, Wilthang. The next speaker that I like to call upon is Professor Michimi Muranushi, Professor of International Politics in the Department of International Law at Gakushuen, or formerly Imperial College, Gakushuen University in Tokyo. He will be speaking from Vietnam, where he currently is.
Thank you very much. The title of my speech is A Few Key Elements of Fascism and the Atypical Case of Japan. Fascism needs time to be born. It takes time for a nation to conceive fascism, because fascism aims at not simple patriotic nationalism, but the purification of a nation. Whether Japan experienced fascism is debatable, but it is true that Edo period of Japan in the 18th century had a process of researching on the original nature of the Japanese. It is in the 18th century that some Japanese intellectuals began to raise a path-breaking question. What was Japan like before the arrival of Buddhism and Confucianism? These scholars of Japanese literature, Kokugaku, read through very old Japanese texts and found the pre-Confucianism, pre-Buddhism period of Japan qualitatively more valuable than Chinese civilization, because the original Japanese civilization was more true to the human nature. This may be comparable to the Renaissance in Europe. There was a scholar in this school who proposed that Japan should occupy some vulnerable parts of Asia, such as the Philippines and Manchuria. Just when Korea was internalizing China-centered view of the world, Japan was beginning to see China as a periphery. The end of Tokugawa shogunate is in part a result of this school of scholars who idealized ancient and genuine Japaneseness under the emperor's rule. This leads to the movement at the end of Edo period, rejecting all outsiders. And Tokugawa shogunate's failure to do so meant the rise of the support for the emperor as an alternative ruler. Soon, the Japanese belatedly learned that the West was formidable, and the self-centered view of Japan began to thrive, but it didn't die. Fascism is a reaction against humiliation. Fascism looks at the future and the past. The present is humiliating, like Germany after World War I, like Italy after its defeat in Ethiopia. The glory of the past must be revived in the future. Fascism is an anachronistic application of the past upon the complex present. The Meiji government was heading toward Westernization and building modern bureaucracy, parliamentary system, and business community with the emperor at the top of the state. Modern Japan was never directly ruled by the emperor, but the social crisis following the depression in the 1920s, especially human trafficking in villages, deepened the military's disappointment in the existing democratic government. Humiliation for Japan came also from the arms reduction process after World War I. Despite the rise of Japan, Japan was not ranked high in the London Naval Treaty. The Japanese military considered it as humiliation and wished to topple a democratically elected government which agreed on the treaty. Behind this light of democracy was a loophole of the Meiji Constitution that the military was to be ordered by the emperor. The military used this clause to assert that the government could not dictate the military. Fascism is a movement in permanent evolution. Fascism does not start with covering the whole country. It is born as a wish growing big. The government may be contained or the movement may be contained or crushed. So there can be a view that Japan never had fascism because it was born as a movement only in a part of the military and never succeeded in grabbing power with the way intended. A part of the Japanese military attempted coup to be followed by mass support. They failed and the perpetrators were punished. But the remaining part of the military extended its influence more cautiously. After the series of failures of coup plans and attempts, a new move began from afar. It was the adventurous military operation of Japan's Quantum Army in Manchuria in defiance of the commander-in-chief. The Quantum Army, whose task was protecting the Manchurian Railway, occupied the entire part of Manchuria without any direction from Tokyo. It was a tail wagging not only the whole Japanese army, but whole Japan. The preceding failed coup plans and attempts inside Japan ignited a new military movement outside Japan as a solution to domestic crises. The metamorphosis of the movement and purified Japaneseness. The problem for this evolution is that as the sphere of Japan expands, the new world for Japan is becoming rapidly diverse. Japan, whose image was purified by Edo scholars, swallowed Okinawa, Korea, Taiwan, Manchuria, China, and Southeast Asia. Japanese military was not yet ready to find a new principle to relate with these new regions as a new empire. This raises an interesting question. Can fascism maintain an empire? An alternative way of giving legitimacy to Japan at this stage was to argue that Japan was liberating Asia from colonial powers. This was a job taken by intellectual ideologues, but the idea of liberation conflicted with the preceding idea of Japan as a cream of Asian society, and Japan expanded faster than the Japanese could learn about the equality of nations. The majority of the Japanese rank-and-file soldiers, brutal among themselves, could not relate with the other Asians as equals. Conclusion. Fascism may be comparable to a human life. It takes time to be born. It is born pure and takes in too many alien elements as it grows. It must eat to survive, and its body eventually collapses. A mutant fascism may be one that hibernates, like Franco-Spain and North Korea. If Japan's military movement is seen as fascism, it is rather a set of movements searching for whatever exists adventurously in response to the national sense of stagnation in the 1920s, where its pride nurtured in Edo period and without any single dictatorial leader. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michimi Sensei. The next speaker I would like to give the floor to is my friend Dr. James Gomez, a Singaporean native, but based in Bangkok and runs as regional director for Asia Center. He recently did a dialogue on a platform on Singapore's complicity in the fascist, murderous acts of the Burmese military in Burma. James? And then after this, we'll have the music. So.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zani. Lovely to congregate with our friends here. I share some of the views, the questioning of the term fascism and its applicability. I too have similar concerns or curiosities, although the elements of fascism are very much noticeable in Southeast Asia, such as authoritarianism, elitism, militarism, also nationalism, among other things. While, with fascism, we also have the anti-egalitarianism feature. I think the language that is used in the region is one of business and capital. So I have 4 points to make in relation to the conversation we have had. Sitting here at the eve of the APEC summit, where our four-legged friends, the dogs, have been banished from the city, including the homeless, the street vendors. The city is clean. Traffic is quiet, unusually. Now, is this a jamboree of fascist meeting in the region? We come on the back of the ASEAN summit, the G2 meetings and variations of it, and APEC. And along the sidelines of these meetings, what we see are business elites gathering. I had the fortunate experience, or perhaps the unfortunate experience, of being invited to one of these meetings of business elites, leading, developments in the digital economy. And not a word about humanity, not a word about civil society. It was all about profit taking and what can governments do to support businesses to make more profit. I was a lone voice, probably frowned upon, from the glares I had on my back when I, raised the issue of business and human rights, the UN guiding principles, ethics, mental health, of overload of, technology, so on and so forth, right? But they let me be. I think the other feature that we want to kind of look at in terms of Southeast Asia is really the failed nation building project that has spurred ethno-nationalism. So politics is about majority dominance. With the failed nation building project, elites have to lean on, variables of ethnicity or religion or the intersection between the both in order to leverage and maintain a political dominance. Because borders are porous, they have a new platform, the internet. Well, it's not new, but certainly they want to leverage social media and spew hate speech in order to keep themselves in power. Now, is that, nationalism or is it fascism? Next, elitism. How do we notice that? I mean, you notice that in the bureaucracy. In a recent trip to Cambodia on media, I sat across the room talking about media development, where the room was divided into half. On one side was all the civil servants, because that's what they requested, to be kept away from media groups and NGOs. And throughout the one-day meeting, there was a talk down to the younger people who were leading the charge on independent media and NGOs to say, look, we, the bureaucrats, are like your parents. We know what is good for you. Now, is that fascism or what? Yeah. So I raised this as a question. And last but not least, something that I've observed, because the work of Asia Center, delves in internet freedoms, digital democracy, and freedoms, we see the rise of ultra-nationalist groups. The phenomena to put our finger on is really why they have arisen in the last few years. It's simply because the dominant groups, those in power, the elites, they are fraying, and they can no longer muster support or the popularity among ordinary folks to stay in power. Now, to safeguard these elites, on the flank come across new groups, the ultra-nationalists, fueled by the access of the platforms, spewing hate. And very often, these groups are funded by the elites, cash-rich through corruption, who set up their own foundation with no ethical measure of disbursement of funds or project management. And they fuel these ultranational groups with funds. And this is a very important phenomena. And again, these component parts of fascism. I will give you some examples. I see Brother Hisham is here, so I'll let him speak to the developments in Malaysia that are happening as they speak. So I will not steal your thunder, Hisham, but I will dive down to things like Thailand, with the Buddhist nationalists talking down the south. We have Myanmar. We have many Myanmar friends who over the years have also witnessed similar types of alternate nationalist sentiment fueled through technology. And Singapore, you have groups knowing that the People's Action Party is weakened, they come up and talk down civil society, opposition party leaders, lawyers. And this is the interesting part, you know. You have non-locals also jumping on the bandwagon, you know, spewing, you know, racist, fascist, you know, speak, and not motivated by ideology, but motivated by numbers that would like their platforms. And they also receive funds to continue to spew hate. So I will stop here and sum up and say that, you know, while, you know, everyday terminology of fascism is not something that we hear very plainly and clearly in Southeast Asia, but the elements are certainly here. And speaking from the side of APAC, you know, which is happening all around, the whole city of Bangkok is a business brown bag lunch venue. People are zipping across the city, you know, facilitated by a low density traffic, no furry four-legged friends, and no clutter on the sidewalks as they look for opportunities and looking towards government to fund their capitalistic appetite. With that, back to you, Zadi.
Thank you very much, James. Just one comment. In the opening remarks, Professor Chomsky used the term proto-fascism and linked that with savage capitalism. And in all fascist regimes, capital is always at the center. The militarism, racism, male chauvinism, you know, the nationalism, they are all ingredients. It's like, you know, it's like a soup, you know, like how much volume you can turn up on one particular element is what we are talking about. And capital is always at the root of these fascist forces. Colonialism, fascism, they are not two separate ideological paradigms as Churchill and his followers would like us to believe. They are on a continuum. You know, the fascism is the evil ideology on a steroid, and so we are looking not necessarily at the classic fascism of the 1920s and 30s of Europe and Japan, but we are looking at proto-fascisms and a garden variety populist far-right ideologies. And so it's just you know, my moderator's insertion. We have our brother Silver from Venice. He is also a frontman. If those of you who were not here when he performed the two numbers earlier, he runs a 12 years old music collective out of Venice in northern Italy, and he is a descendant of partisans, and so he is very proud of his heritage, and also he's trying to inspire a new generation of Italian scholars and activists to fight the rise of fascism once again in Italy, its birthplace. Brother Silver, and this will be his last performance, and we will have others as well.
Here I am. Thanks, Mr. Danny. Yeah, very bad times here in Italy, of course, but me as a musician with Nuovo Canzonero Partigiano, and luckily many other people involved in the anti-fascist movement are getting stronger, because this is what these times require. And yeah, this is a song about the very hard conditions the partisans have, of course, to face, because they were used to hide up in the mountains or the hills, where, of course, back in the days, the winters were very much harder than nowadays. And this song ends with a fantastic line, which is, if you die still free, then it doesn't matter to die because freedom won. And yeah, we have to stick with this. And yeah, I perform this song called Il Partigiano.
Il bersagliere a 100 penne e l'alpino ne ha una sola. Il partigiano ne ha nessuna e sta sui monti a guerreggiare. Il partigiano ne ha nessuna e sta sui monti a guerreggiare. Lassù sui monti in giù la neve, la bufera dell'inverno, ma se venisse anche l'inferno, il partigiano rimane lassù. Ma se venisse anche l'inferno, il partigiano rimane lassù. Quando viene la notte scura, tutti dormono alla pieve, ma camminando sopra la neve, partigiano scende in azione, ma camminando sopra la neve, il partigiano scende in azione. Quando poi ferito cade, non piangetelo dentro al cuore, perché se libero un uomo muore, che cosa importa di morire? Perché se libero un uomo muore, che cosa importa di morire? Perché se libero un uomo muore, che cosa importa di morire? Che cosa importa di morire? Che cosa importa di morire? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Seaver. And we plan to collaborate against anti or fascist movements wherever we may find them. The next speaker, I have an honor to introduce is Brother Hishamuddin Rees. He's a well-known and highly respected Malaysian dissident. Not long ago, he was enemy of the state when the state was highly authoritarian. And he's a political comedian, columnist, and quintessential grassroots organizer. Ishan has built up an army of grassroots fighters against authoritarianism in Malaysia, across Malaysia. He will be speaking to us from Kuala Lumpur, and then he will be followed by a band of 3 Malaysian musicians. Isha.
Thank you, Zani. Friends, comrades, good evening. Kuala Lumpur is around 9 o'clock now. I was just like to rejoinder about our comrades in Bangkok. His experience about the APEC meeting reminds me of what happened in 1998, where we have the Commonwealth Games. It's similar experience in Kuala Lumpur. The homeless were detained, deported to another place, locked up. They were not to be seen by all the delegates that coming for the games, for the Commonwealth Games. And then some places, there were probably no water because all water were diverted to the hotels so this happened. So this is actually a normal phenomena happen in the third world country wherever. Fortunately or unfortunately, the last APEC supposedly to be in Kuala Lumpur, we are all well prepared, but unfortunately, Mr. COVID from Wuhan came and it became an internet event. So there was no other that experience. So what happened in Bangkok now is have been seen in Kuala Lumpur. Now, about fascism, there is nothing black and white about fascist movement in Kuala Lumpur or Malaysia per se. But what happened is that there is an amalgamation of movement, extreme right. This is a result in the political system that we inherited from the British colonialism, from the British. Well, what happened now is that we have Islam as the religion of the state, and we have 3 big nationality. There was the Malays, the Melayus, which is claimed to be the Bumiputra or the son of the soil. Then we have the Indians, who once upon a time came from India, brought over by the British, or the Chinese, also once upon a time came to Malaysia, brought over. And then there's the Sabah and Sarawakian, the original people who were there, joined Tanah Melayu, the Malay land, in 1963 to form what we call now Malaysia in 1963. So there is this. The problem is that this is rather artificial. It's very recent. It's only less than 100 years old, and it's very new. We just now, as I was talking now, people are campaigning. Political election is on the way here. Day after tomorrow, on Saturday, there's election in Malaysia. So now we can see what is most important, what's so glaring is racism. Perkauman, racism that is taking place here. It's blatant. As our friend from Bangkok said, I agree with him, as the power of the elite diminish, they start to move in, become more and more extremist in their view about extreme nationalism. In a very narrow sense, in Malaysia, the nationalism here is meaning the Malayness, the Bumiputraism, the son of the soil. So this is versus the other. The other meaning the what came the other letter, the Chinese and the Indian. This the other. So always in the political language is always the other. So this is what happening now. Well, at the same time, it's a very shaky foundation. Malaysia actually is a project, is a neo-colonial project, in the 1960s, where the British was facing Sukarno. Sukarno at that time was the president of Indonesia, and the Sabah and Sarawak was still under colonization of the British. So they need something to protect the interest of the British. Therefore, Malaysia, Tanah Federation of Malaya, Singapore, Sabah and Sarawak form together what they call Malaysia. Then 1965, Singapore left. So Singapore actually part and parcel of the Tanah Melayu of the Malay land. So they have left and become an independent state. So that's the anger. The anger among the Bumiputera is still there. So the anger, this is manifested by looking at Singapore as the other. The dangerous element here is that the Chinese are the other. So this is very, very dangerous stuff. Because why? At the same time, we have around 30% Chinese population in Malaysia. At the same time, mainland China is enlarging this thing. So it become a very confused state of situation in Malaysia. Where is this Chinese in Malaysia? Their loyalty, whether it is to the land or to mainland China. So this is the situation. As a matter of fact, mainland China also play a role in trying to get support by the local. So this is result. So Malay nationalism, extreme Malaysianism is coming to show the fall. And what is worse here is that the combination of Islam. Islam came here maybe 1404, 1403, brought over from Indian traders, by the Muslim traders, by the Arabs. So now it have taken an extreme form. Well, not as bad as what happened in Tehran, that what happened in Iran, where people are forced to wear the hijab. Well, there are. Here we are still have process of democratization, not as extreme as that. But yes, there is what we call that. There is also an element. There are growing element within the Islamic movement who wanted to really put the Sharia law, which is the Sharia law, into the fore. And slowly and surely they are eroding. They are coming slowly, bits by bits. And in this coming election, I think the Islamic Party is going to make a headway. And this is going to be very dangerous because it will be a confrontation with the other. So this is the situation now in Malaysia. Well, what happened is that at the same time, Malaysia is still one of the countries that have so many kings, so many sultans. So there's a role played by these people. So there is a combination of Islam, extreme Malay nationalism, and the feudalism. So they're all combined together in the extreme right-wing forces. As now, you must understand there's a lot of illegal immigrants, a lot of immigrants who are coming to work, officially coming invited as foreign workers. We have a lot of Bangladeshi here, we have a lot of Myanmars here, we have a lot of Vietnamese here, we have a lot of Thai. They all came legally. Some of them came legally, some of them came illegally. So this is the new thing which is confronted by the Bumiputera, by the Malays. As of now, because the economy is still enlarging, there seems to be no problem. As it seems before, when in the 1998, when there's a crisis, economic crisis, when there's a contraction in the economic cake, so then the foreigners, the illegal foreigners will always be blamed. So this is going to happen. So as you can see in Europe now, immigrant is an issue. In Malaysia, it's not yet an issue, but the ruling party, whoever is ruling party, the last ruling party, will make use of this. As not as blatant as the Conservative Party in the United Kingdom, who say that we will solve the immigration problem. No, but they will say in a very subtle manner that they need to control. Okay, I give you a clear example. There is a market just outside the suburb of Kuala Lumpur. Is a big main market. Is the big main market. Here, a lot of the Rohingyas have parked themselves and use petty trading. And they become the enemy. They're the enemy. So here, the enemy of the Malay traders, of the Chinese traders. So exactly what happening is that behind this so-called extremism between local versus the other, the economy is the key. So capital is still the key in this sense. But nobody ever mentioned the crisis is created by capital. What happened is that they always blame the Myanmaris as either they are dirty, they are unorganized, they came illegally. So this is the function. So I know most of the time, sometimes there's a lot of police raid. So, and look at it. The human rights, the NGOs, all that, taking an issue. But the general public sympathetic with the right-wing government because they think the government is taking care of them, protecting them from the other. So the issue of the other is always been in a major thing here. So as the election is going on now, we don't know what will be the result of the election. I was told they're going to be hanged parliament. Maybe there's no political party, three major political party, Perikatan Nasional, Barisan Nasional, and Pakatan Harapan. These three major coalition parties will try, maybe they have to make a new coalition to create a new government. As of now, Malaysia is very lucky because we have two major we produce palm oil and we have also petroleum. So as it is, the economic situation is still cushioned, but inflation is coming up surely and steadily. And as it's that, so as this thing is going worse and worse, and the petty traders and the shopkeepers, it happened to be Chinese. And whenever the crisis comes, they will always blame. They blame they don't blame capital. They blame the Chinese. So this is always happened. And the supplier, and it manifested in the way. So everything in Malaysia is taken by looking on racial line. The Chinese, the Malay, and the Indian. So the creation, we has yet, I tell you, the national question is yet to be resolved. And Malaysia is just in the name because as the arrival of Islamic understanding, as Islamic revival, it is not creating a closer link between nationality, between the Malays, the Chinese, and the Indian, but it is division. Those days, we were visiting each other in the Chinese New Year, Diwali. Now, the mullahs, the ustads, the religious personality will say, do not wish Merry Christmas to the Christian. Please, it is against our religion. Do not wish Happy Diwali to the Hindus. You will be following them. Do not wish Happy Chinese New Year. So this is very new phenomena. It is coming. So there is an explosion coming up here. So I think in the very near future, I'm not sure whether it's a term of fascism, but the right-wing politics is here to stay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isham, on that troubling observation. We need to keep an eye on that, and we would, work with Isham.
The music is ready.
Yes, please.
The musician is ready. Okay.
Yes.
It's the musician are three musicians. They are people's musicians. They play, some of them play the street. I've called them. They formed the program. They have been appearing in Zuna's program several times. Thank you very much, Zuna. Zani.
Nick, Jidan, Man, Ablis, and Hakim.
Thank you. Thank
Very
you,
much.
Danny.
Yes. Thank you
Thanks.
so much, Isham. Thank you. Thanks for staying up late.
Okay, thank you.
There is a set of 4 speakers, all of whom from India. One is based in New York City. The first speaker I have the pleasure to give the floor is Dr. Sumit Maska. He and I met in Oxford when he was on an Indian government scholarship for Dalit students. He's one of the earliest Dalit persons who attended the colonial Oxford University and earned his DPhil, and he studied also at the JNU, and he's currently a professor of public policy at Jindal Public Policy School and Government. Sumit?
Yeah, hi.
Hi. Hey, bro.
Okay, thank you, Zarni, for this invitation. And yeah, it was a great event so far that I have enjoyed listening to wide-ranging speakers. And I must also congratulate you for consistently raising this issue of the genocide of the Rohingya refugees and the issues of human rights violations that have been taking place in Myanmar and across the world as well. As far as this event is concerned, I think what I was going to talk about, obviously, some of these issues have been raised by other speakers as well. Of course, we are going through a very important moment in the history whereby right-wing governments are democratically elected in various countries. And they are using the very democratic institutions to suppress the voices, democratic voices, and the voices of all those people who stand for the freedom of speech. And not only that, they have also gone to the very far extent of conducting human rights violations in terms of putting them behind the bars for speaking truth to the power. And this has been the case in several governments across the world. But one thing that when we use the word fascism, and this has been the discussion so far, that what do we do with the term fascism? Do we use it as it is, as we associate fascism with Italy and Germany and the genocide that took place in these two countries during the Second World War? Or do we actually look for other categories? Or it is still helpful to use fascism as a category? As far as India is concerned, there has been at least 2 broader groups. One is largely the left groups who have adopted this particular term of fascism to describe the right-wing government in India. However, not everybody who is against the right wing is comfortable with using the word fascism to describe the situation. And when I say this, I have particular in mind the anti-caste groups. These are the groups who are fighting against the caste system for a very long time. And they are not necessarily comfortable with using the fascism as a category, primarily because it does not take into account the social structures, which has a rather longer history of suppression, of exploitation, and that continues to be the case. And therefore, one has to be careful when we use these categories, at least for the case of India, I can say with more confidence than with other countries. And I'm very happy to hear that these were people from different countries who were talking and telling us more about it. But more closer to fascism is obviously the right-wing government. Of course, we are talking of authoritarianism, but the right-wing government may not necessarily come in the form of authoritarianism. It may appear democratic and yet conduct human rights violation. And that is the thing one needs to be careful about. And one category which I have found more useful, which Zarni consistently has been circulating, is the category of slow genocide. And that is a very important category in a way the states actually conduct these kinds of human rights violations. Now, how do we look at right wing as a category? to my view, at least in the Indian case, and some of these features are familiar across the world. I think one of the first things that the right wings are associated with is religious conservatism, that they are very much dogmatic. They use one particular religion, whichever religion you take in that particular region or country. In India, it's the Hindu religion, and therefore the idea of right-wing Hindu or the right-wing Hindutva groups. So these are the two terms that are used. The second one is the withdrawal of the state from the economic arena, like to promote more free markets. And these were also right-wing people. The third one is very specific to the South Asian, which is the Brahmanical social order. And these are the people who are the supporters of caste system. And interestingly, we do not necessarily associate one particular ideology who supports caste order. There are different variations of those. You will have, of course, right-wing people in different forms supporting the caste order, but you also have people who subscribe to the leftist ideology or the centrist or socialist ideology, who in some way also subscribe to the caste system. And in some way, they have also not really supported the anti-caste movement in fighting against the caste order. So there is a little bit of complicated history that the South Asian continent has. The fourth one is about the affirmative action. Now, the democratic processes managed to gain some form of affirmative action to the socially marginalized groups in India, to the Dalits, that is the untouchables, the tribals, the indigenous people, and the other backward castes, which are socially and economically marginalized. Interestingly, I would define opposing affirmative action to these groups also as a form of right-wing tendency. And again, when we take up this aspect, we see that people on the left, as well as right, center, and socialism, they have all opposed the affirmative action policies. And they all actually converge on this particular issue. So how do we understand this particular form of the right-wingness? Because when we look at these policies, in India, there are 30 state governments or regions or federal states, whatever you want to call. And as far as the situation of the Dalits, the untouchables, or tribal is concerned, whether the government has been ruled by a right-wing government or a left-wing government or a centrist, the difference of the mobility is marginal in that case. And therefore, I'm a little skeptical about the use of this particular terminology, fascism, although it has its very much important value so that there are international comparisons can be made so that people across the world can understand that when we talk about fascism or similarities with fascism, or the outcomes are similar. So maybe this is somewhere we can focus on, that what we may call fascism, we can call it right-wing, different kind of apartheid regimes, racism, the outcomes are similar, that they want to segregate people, they want to exclude people from education, they want to people put in the lower section of the economic order. And so therefore the outcomes are similar. So we may not necessarily have similar structures in Myanmar and India, but there are certain structures of which the outcome is similar. And some or the other group is at the receiving end. So right now in Myanmar, we have the Rohingyas at the receiving end. But in India, we historically have the Dalits, the untouchable at the receiving end. And that has not changed irrespective of the fact which government has come to power, except for some tokenism that centrist governments have to do because of electoral pressures. You don't necessarily have fundamental change. And the last point that I would like to make here is about a new kind of tendency that is pretty much taking place within the left and the liberal circles, is that they have begun to target people now. And this is something tendency I would like to highlight here, that since the right-wing government has come to power in 2014, there is a tendency among the leftists and the liberals to blame somebody for the rise of the Hindutva or the right of the Hindu right-wing government in power. And one of the main constituencies has been Dalits, interestingly. So they have argued that it is the Dalits who are the foot soldiers of Hindutva. Now, Dalit is not one category of people. There are at least thousands of subcastes which are put together among Dalits. So what they're essentially doing is they pick up those Dalit castes who are mobilized by the Hindutva groups, and they are putting them against those Dalit groups who are fighting against the caste system as well as against the right-wing governments and throughout the time period. So in that sense, that we have a deeply problematic situation, and several scholars have now termed a new term called subaltern Hindutva, because they argue that these are some of the subaltern caste who are now foot soldiers of Hindutva. But never in history we have this subaltern communism, for example, because the Dalits have also supported communist rule in the Bengal state. But we had never a term called subaltern communism to target the people that let's see that, oh, these are the groups who have supported communism, or subaltern socialism or subaltern centrism. But this is the way to delegitimize the Dalit voices. And this is my point that I would like to raise here, is that we need to rethink about how every day there is a kind of right-wing government, right-wing tendencies within each kind of government. And we need to tackle those right-wing tendencies as well if one has to talk largely about right-wing, because right-wing government never come one day within power and suddenly they disappear. There are certain kind of tendencies. There is everyday discrimination in the labor market. There is everyday violence. There is suppression of economic mobility, the control of state machinery, whether it's police, judiciary, or administration. People of certain groups, particularly Dalits or Muslims, are being pushed to do dirty labor, and they are not allowed to move into different occupations so that they can be mobile. So in that sense, we need to target, let's say, the everyday fascism as well, or the fascist tendencies that may be there. Something like when we say Islamophobia, we need to also see, can a person who hold left-wing ideology can have Islamophobic tendencies or not? And the answer to that may be yes. And therefore, we need to talk also about the fascist kind of tendencies or the right-wing tendencies that may be there among the so-called liberals or the the radical people that we hang out with. And we need to question that as well. If we have to build a larger solidarity of people, in that situation, one needs to question ourselves too. And on that note, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sumit Maska. And the next speaker I have the honor to introduce is Rabi Himadri. He's a well-known minority rights and refugee rights protection lawyer and activist. And he is the executive director of Development and Justice Initiative in New Delhi. Whenever there is a Rohingya being arrested or being targeted, Rabi will be one of the very small number of go-to Indian activists. Brother Rabi?
Thank you, Zani, for this kind words of introduction to the work I do. And thanks also for organizing this great event and bringing together so many people from different countries to think about the fascist tendencies in our countries. Now, let me in India, in the early phase of the Modi's coming to power after 2014 elections, there was, of course, a lot of confusion whether to call it a fascist government or not. But now I think with almost more than 8 years of the rule of the party and various different actors talking about their ideas and their vision and etc., I think now it can be very certainly said that it is whether you call it fascist, proto-fascist, and things like that. It is certainly all those elements. If you read about fascism, different scholars have written about. It's all the elements of a typical fascist, and it's of course it is not that in India at this moment is just one unidirectional flow that is happening. There are various other directions that even within the right wing, there are different different levels of radical thinking and radical ideology and ideas. It's not just one very well thought out body ideology and things like that. The right wing, the BJP and the RSS and all that, they talk about the Hindu Rashtra, the Hindu nation, forming the Hindu nation. But so far they have not spelled out any kind of a blueprint for that. They also don't know how this will come about, and what it will be, what it will entail, what will be its relation to other nations across the world. All those things are very hazy. But what is certain is that several elements of a very classic fascist society, and it's a dominant. I mean, let's not say that fascist ideology is everywhere in India, but it's a dominant discourse. It is a dominant narrative, and that's being pushed by the right wing. Now, all manifestations of the dominant power, fascist politics and rule are present in India today. But the main what is most visible among that is the attack on minorities, which is the most visible aspect of it. So Muslims have been attacked in various ways, in the name of cow protection, population, for wearing hijab and other dresses that distinguish them, and so on. The other aspect is that the Muslim rulers of the medieval times, and they have been portrayed, all of them, as brutal, and that is used to attack Muslims living in the country today. This is so the attacks on minorities, not just the Muslims. Muslims are the worst targets, but Christians also have been at the receiving end, as well as Dalits. But let me talk about other facets of this fascist ideology and fascist push in the country. So one of the things is the mythical glorious past, harking back to how great India was, and how the Modi government wants to bring that kind of a glory again. So that is propagandize that kind of a glorious past, and that glorious past is viewed as a time when India lived in harmony, and there was absolutely no problem in the country. And it was only the Muslim invasions which brought all kinds of ills to India and the society. So it has been even claimed that rape was non-existent before the Muslim invasions, and so on. So their vision of the present and the future at bringing back the glorious past and making India a militarily powerful and rich nation. And this idea of rejuvenating the glorious past is, so there is this concept of Akhand Bharat, which is basically the right-wing fascists think of forming a greater nation, a greater India, which includes several countries to the west of India and several countries to the east of India. So this is nothing but trying to form an empire, a Hindu empire, out of a nation and this is a very classical fascist ideology that you can see that this is one of the aspects of it. Going with that, we find several times this grand nation theory, grand nation manifestation is propagandized several times. That is one of the ways the right wing uses to portray their ideas of what they want. So there are fake images of grand construction of projects, temples, airports, roads, as built by Modi, and these are very routinely propagated by the highest authority in the government. And projecting the image of Modi as a strong, hardworking, globally acknowledged leader is a part of the same plan. Fascists even claim that at Modi's insistence, the war in Ukraine was stopped for 3 hours to facilitate evacuation of Indians stuck there. And then this goes, also the attack on intellectuals, universities, and experts is also one of the highlights of a typical fascist society and fascist dominant ideology. So in response to criticism of Modi's demonetization misadventure by the Nobel laureate Amartya Sen, what did Modi say? Modi said, hard work is more powerful than hard work. Those various words. So this rejection of intellectuals and experts and replacing them with people with inadequate education and skills can be seen happening across universities and institutions in India. But undoubtedly, what is happening is it is not that, I mean, Modi is projected by the Indian media as very popular. But Indian economy and governance are at the worst since the right-wing government came to power in 2014. Unemployment is very high. Investments shun India. But at the same time, even while the poor are getting poorer, country's own rich people like the Mukesh Ambanis and the Adanis, they are growing rich. They are now in the top 10 list of richest people in the world because they have been, so this corporate, serving the corporate interests by winning political power by the right wing. One can see that this is another aspect of the current right wing government and the right wing party which is there. These false narratives are very systematic, and the social media is used very systematically and in a very massive way. At one point in time, this was about more than 4 or 5 years ago, number 2 in the cabinet, Mr. Amit Shah, claimed that they have 3,000 WhatsApp groups. So every day, like for example, the recent G20 in Bali, the same day continuously pictures of Modi meeting world leaders and hugging them and all that. They're all circulated over these thousands of WhatsApp groups immediately, showing basically how great Modi is. So that is one of their, projecting Modi as a great leader, as a globally accepted leader. Is a part of the of the system we have in place today. So what we see in India today, of course, has a long history. It's not, of course, it has not come about all of a sudden in 2014. And they have also been, so they have, at least since the 1980s, since the BJP was formed, they have very carefully worked. And one of the things that they have done is to plant their people in different institutions, in the media, in the universities, in bureaucracy, in judiciary, and so on. So it is not just the government and the ruling party, but individuals in seats of power that have infiltrated these institutions, and they push the dominant narrative of false glorification, jingoism, unscientific attitudes towards social and health issues. Now, continuation of this Hindutva forces in power would not be possible but for the compromised nature of autonomous institutions. So institutions have been completely compromised, co-opted into the scheme of the BJP RSS. Investigative agencies, tax agencies, police forces, the election commission are thoroughly compromised, and they have nothing left in there. They're all subservient to the interest of the ruling party. The only institution which retains some semblance of autonomy is the Supreme Court of India. Now, how far it will sustain is something that we'll have to see. Now, coming to the state of minorities, attacks on minorities with the fascist regime and their supporters spans across different aspects of the lives of minorities. It does not leave anything unattacked. The lives of minorities, everything, their identities, their practices, their religion, their mosques, and their citizenship, everything is under attack. So historical discrimination that the minorities have faced is used. Misrepresentation of history and false narratives of the atrocities by Muslim rulers in the medieval period is used to attack Muslims of today. In 2022 alone, hundreds of mosques and some Christian churches have been attacked violently. Even as many mosques face legal challenges and claims that they were built on Hindu temples. The violent demolition of Babri Mosque in 1992, with no one held responsible for the act, and handing over of the land to Hindu parties, provides background to these. A senior BJP leader has claimed that there are 36,000 Muslim mosques which were originally built on temples. So this heightened hate campaigns against Muslims, Christians, Dalits, Hindutva fantasies about glorious past and Muslim invasion, cultivating image of in Modi as a hardworking group. All these would not be possible without the use of digital media of communication. So we need to explore, what has happened in India is that if you see the quick rise of the fascist forces, the Hindutva fascist forces, matches the strides, the rapid strides digital technology and expansion of the social media space has taken. So we need to really think about how social media and the digital technologies have contributed to this. Now what we do, I mean, these are the situations. What do we do about this? So what we do, and some of the things I'm talking about what should be happening. So one of the main things that they use is the fake narratives and the false narratives. That needs to be countered by fact-checking and disseminating correct information on contemporary and historical narratives. It is also noteworthy that across the country, it is the poorest, the working class, who are being used to receive the information. Rural areas. I work in rural areas. I know how young people are receiving messages on their WhatsApp groups and so on. So we need to increase our reach to these different constituencies and put forth the correct information. An effective strategy is to mobilize them. Most importantly, democratic institutions of minorities need to be supported and trained in using national and international mechanisms of law and human rights to counter the attacks by the fascist forces. At the same time, India needs to have a genuine process of truth-seeking on history and reconciliation. In the absence of such process, the fascists enjoy a field day to spread false narratives. Now, this is what a few of the things that we are involved in, and we think these things should be done. Now, what future, we don't know what will happen. It will depend on a lot of things, how things will turn out. But one thing is certain, even if the BJP loses power, this fascist poison will remain in our society for a very long time. I will end on that note. Thank you, Zarni.
Thank you, Ravi. The next speaker I have the honor to introduce is Sister Sunita Viswanath. She is a highly respected woman leader, American woman leader with Indian origin, and she founded back in 2019, I believe, Hindus for Human Rights and Against Hindutva. Sunita.
Thank you, Zarni. Thank you so much. I just want to say I'm in New York, and fighting Hindutva here in the USA, we are definitely under attack. It's trolling, and some of us are facing a lawsuit from the Hindu right wing, but it is nothing compared to our friends and comrades back in India and around the world who are in the belly of the beast fighting. And so really so much respect to the people who are speaking from India and all around the world. So much respect. I'm honored to be speaking with all of you here today and representing Hindus for Human Rights. As many of you know, Hindus for Human Rights provides an explicitly Hindu voice to fight against the rise of Hindu nationalism and support minority communities across South Asia. I co-founded Hindus for Human Rights in 2019 in response to the re-election of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his party, the BJP. My co-founders and I realized that very few, if any, Hindu American organizations were speaking out against caste and Hindu nationalism. Hindu nationalism, or Hindutva, emerged as India's answer to European fascist movements in the early 20th century. Hindutva's founding fathers, and they were fathers, visited Benito Mussolini's Italy and Adolf Hitler's Germany to take notes on how fascist leaders organized their political movements. K.B. Hedgevar took inspiration from Mussolini's black shirts and Hitler's brown shirts to create the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, the RSS. Even today, the RSS's training camps and similar training camps by Hindutva paramilitary groups like the Bajrang Dal bear a striking resemblance to the footage we've seen of the Hitler Youth. Just like the black and brown shirts of Mussolini and Hitler, Hindutva's khaki shorts are misogynist, whose violence and brutality is unleashed on all women and girls, particularly Muslim and Dalit women and girls. Perhaps the biggest tell of Hindutva misogyny that even goddesses are undermined. Their favorite god, Lord Rama, never has his wife Sita by his side. And they have no room in their hearts or their movement for the many fierce forms of Devi Ma, the mother goddess, who rages against the brutality of men towards women and the earth, destroying the perpetrators of atrocity to keep universe in balance. The similarities don't stop there. M.S. Golwalkar, another Hindutva founding father, glorified Hitler and even remarked that the Holocaust provided a constructive lesson for Hindu nationalists trying to ethnically cleanse the subcontinent. Hindutva leaders wanted India to become a fascist state, and that goal endures today. For a long time, Hindu nationalism operated as a fringe movement that wreaked terror on India's population. During that time, though, leaders of the movement methodically carved a path to the mainstream. And now, India's government is led by a lifelong and ardent RSS supporter and member, Narendra Modi. In this position, Modi has stacked his government with fellow Hindu nationalists, and together they have cracked down on anyone who dares criticize the government's project to transform India into a Hindu Rashtra, a Hindu nationalist state. Through the use of anti-terror laws, such as the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, the UAPA, to arbitrarily arrest critics of Hindutva, the introduction of state-level anti-conversion laws, and the passage of the Citizenship Amendment Act, the CAA, the Indian government clearly wants to silence and persecute minorities, especially Muslims. At the same time that the Indian government has cracked down on critics of Hindutva, the Indian government has allowed people to attack minority communities with impunity. This is unsurprising for a government led by the same man who as chief minister refused to intervene when Hindu mobs terrorized Muslims during the 2002 Gujarat pogroms. When Hindutva mobs repeated the violent pogroms of 2002 in Delhi in 2020, Modi said nothing. In December 2021, when Hindu leaders called for a genocide of Muslims, Modi stayed silent. Over the course of his career, Modi refuses to denounce anti-minority violence, and he knows that his strategic silence is tacit approval for the violence. From the grassroots to the highest levels of power, Hindu nationalists have systematically dismantled India's democratic institutions. Modi and his government have also consolidated power similar to other far-right leaders in the world, like Putin, Orbán, Erdogan, and Netanyahu. However, the Hindu nationalist movement has an additional avenue to consolidate its power, the Hindu diaspora. In the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, and really everywhere that Indians live and exist, Hindutva organizations have increased their presence in Hindu communities and expanded their power as supposed representatives of the Hindu community. In fact, other than Hindus for Human Rights, hardly any other Hindu organizations speak out against Hindutva and Islamophobia or against caste and casteism. Instead, many other Hindu organizations have aligned with fascist thought leaders like Steve Bannon and Richard Spencer to cement Hindutva's place in the global fascist ecosystem. There was a Dharam Sansad, or religious gathering, I would say irreligious gathering, of hundreds of Hindu renunciants in the holy city of Haridwar last December, where there was an open call, an explicit call for a genocide against Muslims. These same so-called holy men and women released to the press just in time for India's 75th anniversary this past August, a draft constitution which tells us clearly their vision for the India they are on the fast track to creating. The overall framework of the draft constitution is birth-based caste. This is no surprise to us. The laws and policies are based on the Treta Yuga, the age when Lord Rama was on earth. And in this Hindu nation or Rashtra, or rather Hindutva Rashtra, Muslims and Christians have no vote. These religious extremists and hate mongers are routinely dismissed by Hindu community members in India and in the diaspora as fringe elements. But one of these holy men or unholy men has said in the press, "We are the sadhus, holy men of the BJP. BJP is our crown." The rising Islamophobia in the Hindu diaspora, the Indian flag, which was part of the January 6, 2020 attack on the US Capitol, the bulldozer brazenly displayed in the Edison, New Jersey India Day parade last August, the communal riots in Leicester, UK, and most recently, the RSS flag, which was raised on Parliament Hill in Canada on November 1st. These are all indications that the consequences of allowing the Indian government to continue on its murderous path of Hindu authoritarianism will be felt across the globe. Hindutva is perhaps the greatest threat to democracy on the planet today, and the fight against fascism hinges on its failure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And the next musician, activist, a very well-known and very respected in India, is T.M. Krishna. She is a friend of the sister Sunita, who helped me reach out to him. And so he is unable to perform his classical Indian music. And so he made a special recording. The first part is his 3 minutes address to us, explaining his music, which is the musical rendition of Ashoka Empire, the BC 200 pre-India king in northern India, wrote a poem, and the Krishna turned it into a classical song. And we will play 2 segments. It's the first one's about 4 minutes, and the second musical piece is about 10 minutes.
We're all here to discuss and think and ponder about the dangers of authoritarianism, dangers of parochial thinking, dangers of governments and societies becoming forced homogeneous entities. This is a real danger that many of us across the world are living with, where ideologies that are based on discrimination, othering, and creating fear and hate are spreading like wildfire. But I'm here to share a song from the Edicts of Ashoka. For those who don't know, Ashoka was a monarch about 200 years before Common Era. And after a very dramatic transformation triggered by a genocide that he conducted in the region of Kalinga, where over 100,000 people were killed, maimed, lost their homes, he changed and became a Buddhist. But he just didn't become a Buddhist. He reimagined Buddhism. He gave it a framework in political life, in governmental functioning, in the relationship between the state and its people. Do keep in mind that he lived in times when kings were celebrating their victories, where they told their people about how many people they killed or how many countries or lands they conquered. Instead, he began a dialogue with his people on the ethics of living. He began a dialogue with his bureaucrats about what it means to care for the citizen. And he began a dialogue with the religious heads on what it means to have a religious organization and how you need to function. And I today sing for you a few verses which are profoundly beautiful for what they communicate to us today when we are having this very difficult conversation. In these verses, Ashoka tells his people that they are all his children. And then he goes on to ask a very important question, a question about justice, about righteousness. He says, there is no gift such as justice. He says there is no gift like justice, like the celebration of justice, like the sharing of justice. And then he goes on to ask, what is this justice, or Dhamma, as Ashoka said? And he says something that I think we all need to internalize. He says, accord, coming together, accord is the best. Accord is the best because you need to listen to justice. You need to listen to another's idea of justice. And then he says, you need to listen to another person's idea of justice willingly. That whole feeling of you willing to give up your own limitations and your own limited understandings to live with another person or another people. And I think that's what we need desperately today. He goes on to talk about his own transformation when, after the war of Kalinga, and he says, did Ashoka really win over Kalinga? He asks a reflective question in public to where his citizens could listen to or read these words. And he says, Ashoka is contrite. Did he really win Kalinga? I think we all have to ask ourselves, do we really have democracy? I'll leave you with the song written by Ashoka over 2,000 years ago. Thank you very much.
मुनि से पजामा अथा पजाए इच्छामी हको क्यों ती मुनि से पजामा अथा पजाए इच्छामी हको
क्योंकि सवे नहित सुखे नहित लोके का पाललोकिकायं मुनिसे पजाममा अथा पजाय इच्छामि क्योंकि सवे नहित सुखे नहित लोकिका पाललोकिकायं मा पानी स पानी गरी ग सरी पागा मरी सनी सदा पामरे गा मा पादानी रस्ति एदिशं दानं यादिशं धर्मदानम् नास्ति यदिशं दानं यदिशं धर्मदानम् यदिशं धर्मदानम् धर्म संस्तवो धर्म संस्तवो धर्म संविभगो यादिशं धर्मदानम् धर्म संस्तवो धर्म संविभगो धर्म संबंधो नास्ति यदिशं दानं यदिशं धर्मदानम् धर्म संस्तवो धर्म संविभगो धर्म संबंधो रि सदा म पदा म गरि गनि सरि गा म रि गा पदा सपद सरित समवायो एव साधु तसमवायो एव साधु तसमवायो एव साधु क्योंकि धम्मं शृणारु अन्यसधम्मं शृणारु अन्नं मन्यसधम्मं शृणारु च सुसुसेरचकसमवायो एव साधु क्योंकि धम्मं शृणारु अन्यसधम्मं शृणारु अन्नं मन्यसधम्मं शृणारु च सुसुसेरचगा पदसगा पदगरि सरि म पनि सा
pamagariga tatopacha adhuna ladeshu tatopacha adhuna ladeshu kaligeshu tivre dharmashilana dharma kamata dharmanushastica tatopacha adhuna ladeshu kaligeshu tivre dharmashilana dharma kamata dharmanushastica devana piyasa swasti anusojana devana priyasa vijiniti chakaligani devana piyasa swasti anusojana devana priyasa vijiniti chakaligani tatopacha adhuna ladeshu kaligeshu tivre dharmashilana dharma kamata dharmanushastica devana piyasa swasti anusojana devana priyasa vijiniti chakaligani devana piyasa swasti anusojana devana priyasa vijiniti chakaligani devana priyasa vijiniti chakaligani devana priyasa vijiniti chakaligani.
That is T.M. Krishna. He also is winner of Ramon Magsaysay Prize, considered the Asia's highest award for activists across the continent. Kalinga, the ancient kingdom that he mentioned, is in the area of Odisha, because these things happened before India was a nation state. The next speaker that I have the pleasure to introduce is Kotet Swewin. He is a compatriot. He's an exile in Thailand. He is, I would say, the earliest opponent of fascism in Burma, as the attack on Muslims and the Rohingyas began some 12 years ago on the streets of Yangon, other places. Kotet.
Thank you, Govani, and hello, everyone. My pleasure to be here. And yeah, I will be talking from the activist point of view, and I'm not the academic. And then I will everything that I'm going to speak today will be based on my own experience and my point of view on my society. Actually, yeah, Burmese society, because like the previous speakers, all the gentlemen and ladies, have been talking about, all forms of fascism, and throughout the history and also around the day. But Myanmar, we are already in the fascism now. Myanmar became a fascist state, not only after the coup, since before the coup, that, not only by the government, but also the society itself. Our society became a fascist society. It's going towards the fascist society since before the coup. That, the Rohingya genocide, and since before the Rohingya genocide, 10 years ago, I would say, our society, we have there is actually a systematic discrimination and systematic genocide, slow burning genocide, as my brother Kozani said. That is already planned by the government, especially the military, that they planted that kind of fascist mindset in the society. And the fascism is not only just go back to the Burmese society, but it's there since after the World War II, since after the independence, because we never had any of the political ideology. We never had any clear political ideologies that led the country, and also the nation has never been a nation. The Myanmar has never been a nation since after the independence. But that is we had a lot of problems, and also the Burmese military, actually they inherited from the fascist Japan at the time, because they learned about the military tactics from the fascist Japan in the World War II. After that, they came back to the country, and they they fought back to the British and Japan also. But they already have this kind of DNA in their mind, and then they keep doing all of they keep grabbing the power from the people, and trying to divide and rule the country. It has been there. The fascism has been there since after the independence. So it comes along with the independence. So, but they are now using but after the 2010, because of the opening of the internet, and then access to the information, so they use internet as a tool to spread their propaganda, especially hatred toward the Muslims and the ethnic minorities, especially to the Rohingya people as well. So, they use the internet as a tool to divide the society, and after that, they also use the religion to divide the society, and also the making othering to the minority people. So, and then they are building the Burmese chauvinism, and also the in their ideology, in their institution is already built up in their system everywhere. So, and that thing is not only from the government level, but also in the people level as well, in the society, that the normal people, when we see the people from the different religion or different ethnic city, that we see them as a lower class people, so this kind of thing that happen in our society. And also the Buddhist leaders, they keep preaching about how great the Buddhism is, and the non-Buddhists are enemy of the nation, this kind of things that they keep doing it. So the Myanmar is already in this kind of fascist state, and I kept raising the warning about this kind of fascism since 2019, publicly, that I've been talking about it, but I did not have much hope that that our society will change to the right way. But because of the coup, many of the people enlightened about the Burmese militaries, how they treat to the people, and then their brutalities. Then they became aware about about fighting against the fascism and the fascist military, but they did not aware that the fascism is that already in the society. Because we cannot only blame to the Burmese military, for their, brutalities and killing to the people, but also we also have to examine ourselves, examine the society, where, whether we are doing, repeating the same that Burmese military have done to the people. Because while we are fighting against the fascism, but, sometimes we were for example, currently we have a revolution, and we have a people defense force that, fighting against the Burmese military. So that is really dangerous, because the armed revolution, without having, a knowledge, or without having a political will, or that drives the armed revolution, that, it cannot, go towards the fascism again. Because we have been only seeing the way the Burmese military treated the minorities and to the ethnic people. So when we try to fight back, the only way we know it was about the way of fascism, how the fascists treat to the people. So we are kind of repeating the cycle again, and then it will also take a lot of problems even after we took down the Burmese military, after the revolution. So that is really dangerous. And also I see that, our society is already divided, after the coup, in these 2 years, because there are a lot of ethnic groups that are trying to have their own liberations, but we are trying to unite them under one charter, under one union, giving them federalism. But federalism in Burma is I don't think that will be a way to to solve all the problems, because some of the ethnic people, they want the confederation, and some of the ethnic people might want to liberate from the union. So we should have to deal with a lot of these problems. But currently we are just trying to unify them under one nation, and trying to unify under one identity. That will also be another conflict even after the revolution. And the role of the religious leaders these days are really bad, because only a few of the religious leaders have joined the revolution, and the majority of the religious leaders are keeping silent, and they are only praising the Burmese military. So the religious in the country, they don't really show the right way of all of the religious teachings, but they are just only praising the military, and then they are just kind of acting like a puppet of the military. So that is really kind of poisonating the society through the religions. So if we cannot fight it back, then Burmese, the Myanmar or Burma, we will be under the total fascist regime forever, because we with the revolution has been since after the independence, it has been over 70 years, but we never succeeded yet. So but this time everyone, especially the younger people, they already that is also one benefit of the revolution, is that, and also the previous 10 years, that because of the openness and also the communicating with the war, so the younger people, so they do not accept all form of the fascism, and they have a lot of progressive ideologies, and then they are doing all of they are examining all the happenings in the rebellious way. So that is good. So we are only hoping the younger people to lead the revolution and to make the real change and to fight the fascism in Burma. Otherwise, we will not win, because the older generation, older people, they are already under they already fought, they already used to win all of the oppressions of the military. And also, even though some of the revolutionary leaders have the what is it kind of great Burmese ideology, or most of the people, some of the people they are kind of discriminatory to the other people. So like a lot of problems in the older generations. So even though they know that these are not right, but they cannot change themselves. So we can only rely on the younger generations. And last but not least, we like, say, as a person who are really suffering from the, this kind of brutalities, and I've seen all of the, the atrocities that, the Burmese military have done to the people every day. So we are actually looking for the, solidarity. I don't hope any of the government, to stand with the Burmese people, but I do hope the people, people around the world to stand with us, to fight this injustice, because injustice anywhere is try to the justice everywhere. So we do look for the solidarity. I think this kind of initiative, like the gathering of all of the intellectual people, please stand up for the Burma, and we know that the fascism in Burma would also be threat to the region, to the stability of the region, because when we talk about the migration, because a million of Burmese people have migrated to the Thailand or Bangladesh or China, wherever, like all of the neighboring country, like especially in Thailand. I'm currently in Thai-Myanmar border, and I know that how difficult the situation of of being an illegal person, and then after living here over 1 year as an illegal person, I realized that the national boundaries are really like the things that I hated most, because like it's just a river. When we crossed that river, we became illegal, and then we are out of the threat from the Burmese military. We're out of the threat from being caged or being arrested, but we still have the threat here. We are already trapped in this small town, and then we have to afraid everywhere, and we are discriminated, and then we are being treated like nothing. I mean, especially to those people in authority in this Thailand side. They even though last night one of my friends got arrested, and then because they helped their neighbor kid, like just 1 year old kid, got a seriously ill, that they tried to bring that kid to the hospital, and then the police arrested them. It was like 11 p.m. at night on the way to the hospital, that they explained to the police that because of the health situation of the kid, they need to go to the police to the hospital. That the police did not allow them to go and arrested them, and then I personally had to go to the police station and pay them 15,000 Thai baht, which is about 500 USD, just to release that person. So that kind of cases everywhere. And then we have no dignity, and then we have no job here, and then we have nothing. We lost everything. The only way for us, the only hope for us, is that to just go back to our home over there and to fight this Burmese military, to win them, to get them out of the politics, and to win them, and then to build the real what is it, a nation with all form of equalities, to embrace all of the differences, to build a better nation, because we have never been a nation. That I do hope that in my life, before I die, I want to see this nation to be successful, to all of the different people to all gather together to build, to give hand each other, to fight all the injustice, and to build a better nation. So this is what I hope, that we do need the solidarities, and we do need the support from the international communities, especially the people, to our revolution. Yeah, I will stop here, and thank you.
Thank you, Kotet. The younger generation is pushing for social transformation, not just a transfer of power from the military to Aung San Suu Kyi or other democratically elected regime that may continue to reinforce all exclusionary, racist, sexist ideologies. The next speaker I have the honor to introduce is Demi Mahmood Chedji. He's a brother. He survived the Bosnian genocide, and he founded, when he was living in UK, co-founded the Islamic Human Rights Commission of UK, and he's a tireless grassroots organizer. I think I may have the skip, Michael. If you will forgive me, I will just give the. I made a mistake. It's mine. So I will give Demir the floor. Yeah. Sorry
well,
about that.
I can wait for Michael to.
No, Michael's cool. I know he's a brother.
I'm cool as well.
Yeah. But I only done the introduction, and so in the interest of time, take the floor.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much, Zarni, for having me on such an event with so many, first of all, activists, and then researchers and academics. I do not in any way minimize the value of researchers and lecturers and scholars, but I think that we are at the stage in time and in the world where we need many more activism, many more activists like a brother who just spoke. We need to support them. We need to give them solidarity. We need to strengthen them. We need to show them that they are not alone. So from the place where I'm speaking to all of you, you've been here, you've seen how it is. We are living under fascism on a daily basis. In my small city, village, call it whatever you want, we have segregated schools. We have schools where only Croatian Catholic children go and Bosniak Muslim children go. They enter on different doors. They don't mix. We have a different ambulances that are run by the Croatian Catholics and Bosniak Muslims, and the society is completely divided. And the thing is, it seems to be okay and accepted by the international community and everybody. I would like, as out of respect for such a podium, as such a panel of amazing people, to read what I wrote. Usually I don't write my speeches, I speak out of heart, but I have such a great respect for this list of people that I wrote my speech. So I'll start. On 1st of March 1992 was held the referendum for the independence of the Socialist Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina from Yugoslavia. Over 2 million citizens took part in that referendum. That was 63.7% of eligible voters. 99% of them were for the independence, and only 0.3% were against independence. As such, legally, referendum was successful, and the Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina was recognized as an independent state. Neighboring states, Serbia and Croatia, did not agree with this, and they coordinated the division of the Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina. What came out of their cooperation is very similar as what happened to Poland in 1939. As it was agreed by Soviet Union led by Stalin and Nazi Germany led by Hitler, Poland was divided between Soviet Union and Germany. In the same way, Serbia led by Slobodan Milosevic and Croatia led by Franjo Tudjman agreed to divide the Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina. They agreed on everything. The only problem were Bosniaks, who were secular but nominally Muslims. They were seen as leftover from Turks. They were aliens and they needed to be removed from land any way necessary. That is why there were ethnic cleansings, forceful removals, systematic raping, torturing of Bosniaks. Genocide was planned on the whole territory of the Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina. It was perpetrated on all the area controlled by the Serbs army and in some places that were controlled by the Croatian army. Unfortunately, the International Union recognized only genocide in Srebrenica. Even for that genocide, there are very strong deniers. It would take me a very long time to get to all the important facts. But just to compare, my country was awarded for independence an arms embargo. Imagine what would happen to the Ukraine if there were no arms shipments, military support to its justifiable defense from fascist Russian aggression. We were not allowed to defend ourselves. Recently, one of the least poisonous statements by Milorad Dodik, Serbian nationalist leader in Bosnia and Herzegovina, about 1995 genocide in Srebrenica was given to The Guardian. He said, "No one denies that there were war crimes there," he said, "but it's also true that the story that was told is not the whole truth. An almost identical number of Muslims and Serbs were killed. There is no decision there that says genocide was committed by the Serbian people. This is neither correct nor moral, but it obviously continues the attack on the relevance of the International Criminal Tribunal rulings. Further stepping up his dehumanizing tactics, Dodik is no longer using the accepted name for Bosnian Muslims, that is Bosniaks, but simply the term Muslims. And this is to portray, again, Bosniaks as aliens in Europe, the West, and in the Balkans, invoking long-running regional and current westernized forms of Islamophobia. When asked by a reporter if the Srebrenica massacre was a genocide, Croatian president of the country that is a member of EU, the member of NATO, Zoran Milanovic, said that grave crimes with elements of genocide were committed. This was just one of the statements where Croatian president repeated his denial of genocide in Srebrenica. According to Anesa Buljušmić-Kustura, a genocide researcher and expert, Milanovic's comments, president of Croatia, points to a growing trend amongst Serb and Croat nationalists coordinated in the Balkans to underplay crimes that were committed during the violent breakup of Yugoslavia. His, Milanovic's, rhetoric is not much different than that of the rabid and more openly fascist genocide denialism, but it does also point to a much larger problem, said Buljušmić-Kustura on a Twitter thread. The problem, as Buljušmić-Kustura sees it, is that this rhetoric is so widespread because the international community has done its best to divorce Srebrenica from the rest of the horror that was occurring in Bosnia, making it an isolated act of genocide, which is not at all the case. This attitude is in part reflected in Milanovic's comments when he added that there were different types of genocide, before putting Srebrenica at a lower level than those committed during the Holocaust. The increasing problem of genocide denial in the region is the main factor behind Valentin Inzko, the Austrian diplomat who served as the High Representative for Bosnia and Herzegovina from 2009 to 2021, imposing a law in the country last year making it illegal to deny the Srebrenica genocide. In recent interview, Željko Cvijanović, the president of Republika Srpska, one of the two entities that make up of Bosnia, entirely cleaned up of non-Serbs, and its representative of Serbs, said it was important to remember that there were victims on both sides of the conflict. Cvijanović's comments form part of a narrative among Serb politicians in the region that seeks to relativize the Srebrenica genocide. The eye of Serbian figures and attempts to check this trend is evident in e.g. Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić earlier last year, lashing out at Montenegro after it passed a law that outlawed denial of the Srebrenica genocide. What can be presented at this point is a very interesting interview that the president of the entity of Republika Srpska, Željko Cvijanović, gave to the Israeli news outlet Haaretz last year. Her visit to Israel and meeting with senior Israeli officials, including Finance Minister Avigdor Lieberman and Housing Minister Ziv Elkin, were also used to deny the genocide in Bosnia and Herzegovina. According to Professor Jelena Subotić, a political scientist at Georgia State University, Cvijanović and various RS officials have been consistent and instrumental in genocide denial, from outright denial to arguments over numbers. It is specifically President Cvijanovic's position that the Srebrenica events were retaliation against Bosniak anti-Serb violence. She is quoted in the article as stated, Cvijanovic's highly controversial Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Sufferings of All People in the Srebrenica recently published its report on the Srebrenica genocide, defying the international consensus. The report claims that instead of the genocide of 8,000 or more unarmed Muslim civilians, apparently 3,000 military prisoners had been executed by Serb forces. The report's main author, is renowned Israeli Holocaust academic Gideon Grief. So controversial was this report that the German government suspended an award it had scheduled to give Grief to his Holocaust war. In response, Grief raised another Islamophobic trope, namely that of the Muslim anti-Semitism. And he says, where did all this come from? As far as I know, it comes from Muslim circles. Bosnia is a Muslim country, and so we can say, if we analyze it, that it is a Muslim attack on a Jewish scholar. You can find there even anti-Semitic characteristics, Grief commented. What has been done in coordination between Serbian nationalists and Croatian nationalists is an attempt to reach what Milorad Dodik and his loyalists call peaceful and dignified demolition of Bosnia and Herzegovina. They are taking an example, the dissolution of Czechoslovakia into the Czech Republic and Slovakia in 1993 as their intended path. The population of the entity of the Republika Srpska is not being informed about the consequences of these actions, whose intention is to pave the path for secession. All of these activities and many more aim to attenuate the genocide in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In his article on the portal Tačno.net, Boris Pavelic explains that this is a strategy to prove that it is impossible for Bosnia to exist. Put simply, once the genocide in Bosnia and Herzegovina is so degraded, devalued, and relativized, there will be no moral obligation to strive to preserve Bosnia and Herzegovina. When that happens, all those efforts will make it possible to divide Bosnia and Herzegovina between Serbia and Croatia, leaving, possibly, a small central area for unwanted Muslims. According to Hamza Čarčić, an associate professor at the University of Sarajevo, if Dodik and his supporters' moves do not cause secession, they will turn Bosnia into frozen conflict. Unfortunately, in the geopolitical struggle, the reshaping of power balances, a full-blown Cold War between the USA and its loyalists on one hand, and Russia, China, and their allies on the other, could heat up in places like Bosnia and Herzegovina. Very often, direct parallels are being drawn between the situation in Ukraine and Bosnia and Herzegovina. The interests of world powers are overwhelmingly more dominant than those of ordinary people. Even though people do not want war, it does not mean that war will not be thrust upon them. The only way how to prevent further genocide is to acknowledge the one that has already happened. Any denial of genocide is complicity with those who committed genocide and those who are ready to commit another one.
Thank you, Dimir. The next speaker I, by mistake, skipped is Brother Michael Leonardi. He's from Naples, but he's Italian and American and from Ohio, but he's been in Italy, having been disillusioned with the U.S. Imperialist policies abroad. Michael is a writer, activist, and he did a great piece on how the United States laid the ground for the resurgence of the current Meloni government or regime, shall I say. Michael.
Good evening, good night, good afternoon, everyone. How you guys doing? How's everybody? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually on the island of Procida off of the coast of Italy. And I have listened to most of the day's interventions as best I could. I'm a school teacher, so I teach middle school students. And I traveled back from the school where I work in Naples in the midst of the presentations today. But I was able to see Francesco's presentation earlier from Italy. And I will say that he stole my thunder with his excellent class analysis of the current situation here in Italy, which is part of what I had wanted to talk about. So I'm going to change a bit my focus, and I'm very frustrated, very cynical, just about our species in general. I feel like this type of event is so important, and that we have to come up with strategies to strengthen international solidarity in some way that is more cohesive and concrete and continuing, not just, in a presentation, but in concrete action. Like I'm already thinking now, I spend a lot of time in Rome, in the capital. I would like to organize a solidarity rally in front of the Burmese embassy, for example, if it's possible, something like this. But we have to be more cohesive and continue on with the strengthening of international solidarity, first of all. There's definitely a big conflict now emerging on the left in regards to the situation with the war in the Ukraine. And from my perspective, my frustration at this time that I've been kind of grappling with for the last couple weeks is that I see a willingness, especially on the left in the United States, to condemn Russian imperialism and give a pass to US NATO imperialism. And this is really frustrating to me right now. And I'm in the midst of arguments, ideological battles with people, especially in the United States, historic leftists that are pretty well known, that I know Ben, I see Ben acknowledging this situation. Hello, Ben. And Zarni, I tagged you, remember, a couple of days ago. I don't know if you were able to look at the comments on the letter that was penned by, I think, Richard Falk. It's quite the role of the United States in instigating. I've been following quite a bit of Varoufakis of late, the Greek economist and European politician. The role of the United States, I condemn Russian imperialism, but I see that the United States and NATO had a very strong role in instigating Russia to make this move. And I think both sides are to blame, but I think that the United States has a much larger role than is being acknowledged in this conflict. One of the things that I find extremely interesting is that when the Ukrainian missile or Ukrainian anti-missile, whatever it was, that landed in Poland 2 nights ago, that was right before I was going to bed. I see this news coming across that Poland had been hit by a Russian missile, okay, that by the next day had been, shown as being false news, and that it actually was not a Russian missile that hit Poland. The CIA director was in Kiev meeting with Zelensky that day. The CIA director had spent a week in Kiev in October. The CIA director from this current administration has been continuously going to the Ukraine since before the war started. And the United States' involvement on the ground in Ukraine to train, to arm, and to militarize the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian population, prior to this conflict is a concrete reality. So, and somehow it's being excused or not recognized or not being considered to be a part of the war. And the Western media has done a great job, like never before, in a unified propaganda to completely support the State Department, U.S. State Department's perspective on this war. More unified than it was in Iraq, more unified than it was in other conflicts in the past. And not only the Western media in the U.S., which is just can be dismissed as ridiculous. But also in Europe, we saw this much more so than with the conflict in Iraq and the conflict in Libya and the conflict in Syria, the wars in Syria, the wars in Iraq, the wars in Syria. So it's much more unified propaganda from the West. However, just in the last several weeks, there are fissures emerging in that, is in Western European and NATO allied countries. And we're seeing all kinds of conflicts developing already with the new Meloni government. It was relatively easy to predict. I spoke with Zarni a few weeks ago, and we did a talk about the rise again of fascism in Italy. Easily predictable that one of the first things, and Francesco touched on it earlier, that the Meloni government did was scapegoating migrants. Okay, but in a really vile manner. Okay, first of all, the Matteo Salvini, who's the vice premier of Italy now, comes from the Lega political party, which is a based on xenophobic and racism. Xenophobia and racism. This is what this movement of Lega is based on. Nationalism, sovereignism. Always, we're hearing repeatedly this concept in fascism of this return to glory. Okay, the new cultural minister that was appointed by the Meloni government, the Minister of Culture, they call it here, which is for, usually think of culture, the arts and everything. He's talking about the return to the glory of the Holy Roman Empire. This is the mindset, okay, that we see as intertwined in the fabric of the Meloni government, the glory of the Holy Roman Empire. This is deranged thinking, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, because from the last Minister of Culture, who is a guy named Franceschini, who was a part of the Democratic Party in Italy, but who served for quite a long time, I think through 3 different administrations in Italy as cultural minister. He appointed a guy to redevelop and renovate the Museum of Civilizations, it's called, in Rome. And I found this very interesting news that I came across last week. It's being looked at as a model of decolonization of artistic culture. This Museum of Civilizations in Rome, okay? And this new director, whose name I didn't write down, but this museum, has taken a very radical approach to decolonizing the way the history of civilizations is told through this museum, and also by returning artifacts that were stolen from colonized lands, all of this type of thing. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens, because now he's under the leadership of this new cultural minister, for example, who has this fascist tendency to say that they want to go back to the glory days of the Holy Roman Empire. I divert, but back to the situation at hand. Salvini, who's the vice premier, okay, whose party arrived to a little over 8% of the vote, okay, so he's not popular, he's lost his popularity, but because of political maneuverings is now the vice premier of the country, and has scapegoated migrants is his mode of operation for over a decade. and scapegoating not only migrants, but the non-governmental organizations that rescue migrants at sea. Okay, that Francesco mentioned, they're called rescue ships that are from a variety of organizations, but the one that was recently is from a group called SOS Mediterranee, and that ship was called the Ocean Viking. But there's several different organizations that rescue migrants at sea on a regular basis, and what they're doing is life-saving work. So they're accused by Salvini and this Meloni government as being involved with the trafficking of migrants, migrant traffickers. They're referred to by these fascists now in the government. So what happened over the last couple of weeks is we had a surge of these rescue ships arriving full of migrants that had been rescued at sea to the southern borders of Italy, to Sicily. It's basically, Sicily is like the soccer ball off the toe of the boot, the big island in the south of Italy, right? That's the closest part to Libya, where most of the migrants are coming in from. And we had these ships full of rescued migrants arriving, and the Italian government refused to let them come into the port and disembark their passengers. And a conflict now has arisen between Italy and France. And there's the new foreign minister, the new internal minister have made comments to the effect of, so what happened was this ship, the Ocean Viking, Italy refused to let it disembark its passengers, and instead considered a news report that was in a media outlet that said France had agreed to allow this ship to dock without going through the diplomatic channels, without confirming with the French government that this was the case. They sent this ship on its way to France. And
Mike, sorry. I am really, really sorry. I had to cut you off because
am I already at 10 minutes?
Yeah, past and I mean,
oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, guys.
I know I would have let you. I mean, I'm really like learning a lot from what you're presenting. Yeah. But Ben has to go teaching. Yeah.
And I have to go to Rome, Ben, and I want to watch you before I leave. So look, I'm going to pass it off to you, but there's fissures arising. Let's keep these communications open, and we also have to debate each other and figure out, a new approach, right?
Yeah, thanks so much. So thanks, Mike. Okay. The next speaker I really have the pleasure to introduce is Bemensky. That he and I were, comrades, grassroots organizers at the University of Wisconsin back in the mid-1990s, and Ben was an undergraduate, one of the brightest and most energetic progressive student organizers, and I was a graduate student. I learned a lot from Ben, and I was very inspired always by his energy, and I watched him rise through the American, grassroots communities. He did his JD at the Wisconsin Law School and did his PhD at University of California, Santa Barbara, and he is now director of NICS System Studies at George Mason University and professor of public sociology. Ben?
Wonderful to be here. And I just have to say what, Michael, you were describing in terms of some of the divisions within the peace movement in the United States, I think have been very difficult. I do have a sense that they're heading in a more positive direction right now. And I agree that there was a need for dialogue and for action as well. So that really resonates for me. I'm going to speak to the US movement within the global movement and take a few lessons from the period of struggle that movements in the US have just emerged from, and what those lessons may have to teach us about the period that we now find ourselves in. And earlier, Noam Chomsky referenced 2009, the financial housing debt collapse of 2009, how that impacted working and poor people in the United States and around the world. And he referenced the bailing out of the banks and the failure to bail out the people. It happened to be that in that state that Zarni just mentioned, Wisconsin, my home state, we were the first to rise up in bringing the global wave of mass protests against austerity to the shores of the United States in terms of that round of protest in 2011. So some of you will recall, others may not, that on February 14th, Valentine's Day, 1,000 students marched on the state capitol, joined by other public workers in Madison, Wisconsin, to protest against an anti-union, very radical austerity bill that was dropped as a bomb, as he put it, by the then governor of Wisconsin, Scott Walker, who was very much a proto-fascist and who I was a state assembly candidate with the Green Party in the previous election as a light brown shirt. He was very much a transition to Trumpism. That protest of 1,000 grew to 10,000 the next day when the teachers union, firefighters, and other public employees joined us at the state capitol in numbers. And by Wednesday, it was 30,000. And by Saturday, it was 50,000. And there was a nonviolent occupation of the Capitol building that lasted for months, and of the Capitol Square that lasted for 6 months. There were industrial strikes across the state of Wisconsin. The largest rally in Madison involved, it's estimated, 250,000 people in a city that actually has a population of a quarter. The metro is double that. For a number of months, the Wisconsin uprising alongside of Arab Spring occupied much of the world's attention. The Wisconsin uprising, I would argue, continues today, and this in some sense is part of its victory. Oftentimes, the Wisconsin uprising is described as a defeat because the right of public sector workers to engage in collective bargaining was dramatically weakened. There were massive cuts to social welfare and the public sector across the state. There were quite a few victories along the way that are not recognized. But in the US and the left and popular movements, it's often described as a loss because despite what was really an unprecedented mobilization, by some measures, the most intense and inclusive mobilization in the history of the United States, it's estimated that 1 in 4 people in the state took part in this statewide uprising. Despite that, the movement largely lost. Now, the reason why I say it's a victory is that the movement led the way in terms of the fight back in the United States. As Wisconsin took place, you started to see occupations in Michigan, in Indiana, in Ohio, and Minnesota, in Washington state, of state capitol buildings, and these broad class-based movements arising in great numbers. You saw young people occupying banks all across the country as US Uncut took a cue from UK Uncut and was building links. I should also say that in the lead up to the Wisconsin uprising, we organized a session sort of like this in November of 2010. Walden Bello, various activists from Spain, from the United Kingdom, from Chile, from Malaysia, from Israel and Egypt joined us on that call to sort of help get things moving. I think that points to the importance of global solidarity. So I look back to the Wisconsin uprising as a pivotal event that then prefigured Occupy and the Occupy Wall Street and Occupy movement, and really helped us to transition in terms of bringing back the slogan of Seattle, "This is what democracy looks like." It returned to the US through the Wisconsin uprising. But I also want to recognize the Wisconsin uprising as a product of a period of struggle that had its origins in the pushback in the 1980s against Reaganism and the attacks on unions that really picked up in that 1990s period, especially in the aftermath of NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, the Declaration of La Condon Jungle, the Zapatista uprising, and all the organizing that went on in the United States as part of this emergent so-called global justice movement, or this movement for global democracy against global capitalism. The Seattle 1999 uprising that was so influential both in the States and around the world, that became the basis for what social movement scholars call the Seattle moment. Then in 2006, May Day 2006, in which over 10 million people took this to the streets in the United States for a day without an immigrant. Very much underappreciated both within the US and internationally in terms of how significant that was for May Day as International Workers' Day to return to the United States in such numbers in the country that actually gave birth to the first International Workers' Day out of Chicago and Milwaukee in the 1880s. Then you had Wisconsin and Occupy. So you had quite a bit of struggle going on in this time that produced a politics in which eventually out of a global turn, a democratic turn, an anarchist turn in the movements in the 1990s, you had the basis for what we now call a socialist turn. The reemergence of socialism as the basis for mass politics in the United States, and the socialist turn facing off in the US against a fascist turn on the right. And those are the conditions that we see ourselves in here in the US today. So I'm just going to hold this up as a little bit of promotion. A few years ago on the 20th anniversary of the Seattle Uprising, we produced the 34th volume of the journal Socialism and Democracy, which is an interdisciplinary social science journal. And I recommend this to you. It's called Seattle Plus 20 Movements at the Millennium, with an analysis and this whole series of analyses and testimonials about this whole period and how to understand them. But I wanted to take us to the question of strategy and what then must we do? And this is where I'm going to end. Looking at that last period of struggle in the United States, there are certain necessities that become evident. We could call them lessons, but they're lessons about what is necessary for this broader period of time. There's a period that we argue in the journal went from 1994 to 2014. We argue we're in a new period, but there's also commonalities and continuities. And so I'll just state these for you, and I'm happy to dialogue with anyone here at another time. First of all, there's the necessity not only for the US movement of the global movement, but also the inverse. The global movement needs to engage more with the movement within the United States. After all, many of the most significant contributions to the global social movement have come out of the United States, not just historically, but also in this last period. Secondly, there's the necessity of defending popular democratic frames, tactics, and strategies against both fascism and against moderatism. Moderates are afraid of discussing things like election integrity or corporate power or capitalism, who try to marginalize it. And that's their mistake. The fascists have worked very actively in the US and in many other countries to co-opt these frames from us, frames that we ourselves created. Third, the necessity of mobilizing the glorious past of the social movement, and I only say that partially tongue-in-cheek, against the glorious past of the movement from above. I have behind me here a etching that was given to my wife and I at our wedding by friends, and it's of the Wisconsin 11th Infantry preparing for the Civil War. This was an abolitionist unit that fought just a couple miles from where I'm sitting right now at Bull Run in Virginia. There is a glorious past of the social movement that has to be mobilized against the glorious past that is invoked on the other side. Fourth, the necessity of the global struggles and the need to take responsibility for the question of global governance. We need an answer for the question of how our world that is to be possible is actually to be governed. And we can't simply coordinate. We have to move beyond that, as Michael was saying. And then finally, the necessity of building the next system now, even as the old disintegrates. And I could say more about that, but I think you all probably have an idea of what I'm talking about, building the cooperative commonwealth, building institutions from below. And I'll leave it there. It's been an honor to join all of you. And thank you so much for organizing this today.
Thanks so much, Ben. I can attest to what Ben was saying. Even the Burmese workers back in the 1930s took a leave of the industrial strikes in oil fields of the United States, and then that was integrated into the anti-colonial struggle. This was back in 1930s, and so and also the United States is the most successful capitalist. I would say too successful of a capitalist society or system that we have been brought to the brink of ecological crisis. And that's why we cannot separate the capitalist system where profit matters most, not humans and human welfare. The next speaker will touch on this issue as well. One of the world's leading scholars of genocide, Professor Gregory Stenton, that was with George Mason University. and also he's a major author of a number of very historic UN resolutions, including the one that created, I believe, Rwanda Tribunal or Yugoslavia. He can tell you about. Without further ado, let me give the floor to Professor Gregory Stenton, who also came from a long line of abolitionists.
Thank you, Zarni. It's a real honor to be with you today. And I appreciate Ben's salute to Wisconsin, since I'm also from Wisconsin, from Racine, Wisconsin. Practiced law, in fact, in Milwaukee, before I decamped to the southern and much warmer area of Virginia, where he is also. So I want to just begin with that. And I also want to begin with an old University of Chicago football chair. I decamped from Wisconsin and got my doctorate at University of Chicago. And that was, and I am not kidding, this was actually used at football games, define your terms. So I want to do that. What is fascism? I believe that fascism has 6 essential attributes: racism, nationalism, religious intolerance, opposition to democracy, state supremacy, and rejection of universal human rights. Nazism and its state fascist communist variant are not opposites. They're twin brothers. The so-called left-right spectrum is a systematically misleading expression. The political spectrum is really a circle, with one axis, openness to change, and the other axis, tolerance for liberty. I do not accept the Marxist theory that capitalism is the origin of fascism. In fact, state fascist Marxist communist states have murdered millions more people than nations with capitalist economies. I also reject the Leninist theory that only capitalism results in imperialism. In fact, the only remaining classical empires are the Russian Empire, a post-communist empire now, and the Chinese Empire, still a communist empire. Nazis, communists, colonialists, religious zealots, and my country first nationalists have no tolerance for liberty. They are freedom's foes. They drag whole nations down into the dark dungeons of tyranny. Nazism replaced the Christian religion with worship of the Nazi Party and the state. Nazis made genocide state policy. The Holocaust murdered 6 million Jews and another 6 million Roma, Slavs, homosexuals, and other, quote, inferior races, unquote. Communism replaced the worship of God with worship of the Communist Party and the state. Intolerant atheism became the communist state religion. When Adolf Hitler's Nazi regime, Mussolini's fascists, and Japan's empire were defeated in 1945, many hoped that Nazism and fascism were vanquished. But it took years for Spain's Franco and the racist colonial empires of Britain, France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Portugal to fall. The most murderous of all genocidal empires, the state fascist Soviet Union, lasted until 1991. It murdered 60 million people. The second most deadly empire, Communist China, slaughtered over 40 million people. Maoism's variant in Cambodia murdered 2 million, a quarter of the Cambodian people. North Korea murdered millions more. It began by murdering 500,000 Christians and continues to send all Christians to its vast gulag. America still supports genocidal monarchs and dictators around the globe. In Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Turkey, Central America. Today, fascist and communist regimes again rule half the people of the world, and they are gaining. China commits genocide against Tibetans and Uyghurs with impunity. It has built a high-tech totalitarian world with cameras, artificial intelligence, and facial recognition that even George Orwell could only imagine. Russia's Putin is destroying entire Ukrainian cities and murdering and forcibly displacing their people in a new form of genocide, herbicide, the intentional destruction of cities, substantial parts of the Ukrainian nation. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates destroy Yemeni cities with American Raytheon smart bombs and finance jihadist Islam while controlling Islam's holiest places. Iran sponsors terrorists around the world while it declares its intent to destroy Israel. Turkey represses the Kurds and continues to invade Iraq and other parts of Syria. Here in America, Donald Trump's attempted coup d'etat came close to destroying American democracy. Trump preaches racism, hatred, and fear of Muslims, division of Americans into true patriots and traitors. His narcissistic personality disorder created the big lie that he did not lose the 2020 election. He has trapped the Republican Party into a cult of personality addicted to election denial. Now Trump, the Musollini of Mar-a-Lago, has announced that he will again run for president. His jaw-dropping arrogance is equaled only by the cowardice of the US Department of Justice, which hasn't even indicted him for his crimes. Trump will continue to dominate the news, rejoin Twitter, and campaign for election-denying Republicans rather than rot in prison where he belongs. Make no mistake about it. The leaders of these fascist movements are the new Nazis. They are racists dedicated to the triumph of their own race or religion, Chinese, Russian, Sunni, Shia, Hindu, white. They are nationalists who deny the human rights of anyone who doesn't belong to their nation. Nationalism is racism on steroids. This combination of racism and nationalism is at the heart of Nazism. It is the ammonium nitrate mixed with fuel oil that, when ignited by hatred, explodes into war and genocide. Today, we declare that we oppose all these forms of tyranny, all these forms of fascism. We will fight the rise of the new Nazism, the new fascism, and we will fight all war and genocide. We will fight everywhere for freedom of religion, expression, and control over our bodies, ourselves, and our destinies. The freedom we fight for is freedom for every human soul. We will fight with soul force, the sacred force that the Buddha, the Hebrew prophets, Jesus, Muhammad, Mahatma Gandhi, and Martin Luther King Jr. taught us is the most powerful force on earth. That soul force is the force of love and justice. We are fighting the darkness in every human heart, but we affirm the light in every human mind. In each newborn baby's brain, there are as many neural connections as all the stars in the Milky Way. In each of us is the stuff of the stars. Each of us was created by the force that created the universe. Love is God's force personally expressed. Justice is God's force socially expressed. As a 5-foot-tall babushka grandmother told me in 1991, as she pulled me down by the lapels to look me in the eye at an Orthodox church in Kyiv, after I had spoken to 5,000 people in the Maidan with Stepan Kamara and the leaders of RUK, the Ukrainian independence movement. She said to me as she held me by the lapels, she said, "We will win." And I didn't understand her. So she held me down again and she said, "We will win. We will win because it is God's work." Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gregory Stenton. The next speaker will be Professor Noam Chomsky from Jerusalem, Palestine. That he allowed me pre-record his speech as he is traveling today. He's a professor and founding director of Palestine Museum of Natural History and the Palestine Institute for Biodiversity and Sustainability at Bethlehem University in Palestine. And he's also an activist.
So, I mean, if the question about the rise of ultranationalist fascists around the world, there is a trend of that because income inequality and oppression is increasing around the world, and this leads to basically rise of what's called populism, and these people who are try to divert the attention of the common people from the economic situation towards basically blaming other people, immigrants or native people, in the case of Palestinians, are being attacked. And so this is part of the explanation globally for the rise of people like Donald Trump and Bolsonaro in Brazil and other places. But in the case of Palestine, the situation is of course unique in that Palestine is the last remaining country in which colonial, anti-colonial struggle still rages on, has not been resolved one way or the other. The ways colonial, anti-colonial struggles resolve is one of three possible scenarios. There's the scenario of Algeria, where 1.1 million French had to leave Algeria at a cost of 2 to 3 million Algerian lives. And that's one scenario. The other scenario is genocide of the native people, as happened in the US and Australia. And the third scenario is coexistence, basically descendants of the colonizers and descendants of the colonized live in one country. That third scenario being the most likely to happen here. But in the meantime, the colonial system, colonial regime of the State of Israel drifts more rightward. That's what happened in South Africa before the end of apartheid. Basically, the regime of white rule drifted rightward. That's expected also. So I think we see the same phenomena here. And we have now in government in Israel already, even before this latest election, within the governments, there are people who are calling for more ethnic cleansing and for even genocide of the native people. We have to realize there are 14 million Palestinians in the world. 8 million of us are refugees or displaced people. If you ask the average Palestinian whether living in refugee camps in Jordan and Lebanon or Syria, or living like me in the Bantustans and the ghettos of the West Bank and Gaza, or in the small shrinking areas in the Galilee and the Negev, or the Palestinians in East Jerusalem. West Jerusalem is already ethnically cleansed of all Palestinians, but East Jerusalem still has about 250,000 Palestinians. If you ask those average Palestinians living in these disparate parts of the world, the most common answer you get is that how much worse can it get to be for us? We are already displaced. Our homes are being demolished, etc. So it's already very, very, very bad. And perhaps the new government will be ingenious enough to think of more ways to persecute us, but overall, what more can they do since they already took most of our land, most of our natural resources, and they imprisoned us in these ghettos or exiled us to these other countries. So I think, there's a general resignation among the Palestinians that one Israeli government makes very little difference compared to another Israeli government, and that only applying pressure on Israel only by resistance and by outside pressure, like in the form of boycotts, divestment, sanctions, these things theoretically should help accelerate the inevitable outcome, which, as I said, based on previous colonial, anti-colonial struggles, will be most likely one democratic state for all its people.
Right.
Or anti-Jewish, as they sometimes is called, or a self-hating Jew. If the person who criticizes Israel happens to be Jewish, the Zionist attack on them is that they are quote-unquote self-hating Jews. It's like saying that anybody who supports freedom for South Africa, for the Black people in South Africa, is anti-white, or if they happen to be white, they must be self-hating whites. This is ridiculous, and it's a propaganda tool. It's weaponizing anti-Semitism in a way to serve apartheid. It's very easy to investigate these claims and show, in fact, that Israel is the one that's anti-Semitic by killing Semitic people, Palestinians, by also subjecting Jews to harm, by promoting anti-Semites in the West. Israel is the biggest ally of right-wing, real anti-Semitic, right-wing fascists around the world, including in countries like France, Hungary, even Ukraine, supporting neo-Nazis, because Israel feels that they have the same cause with these racists, the cause being that they both support ethnocentric, chauvinistic, nationalistic states, and they both believe Jews do not belong in Europe, they belong in Palestine, or what they call the State of Israel. So hence they allied with these people. They even made an agreement with Hitler. The Zionists made an agreement with Hitler in the old days. So I think this is a spurious claim, and trying to weaponize anti-Semitism is not going to work for them. Now, to go to the issue of apartheid, which is the first question, Israel is labeled as an apartheid state, not just by the Palestinians, who have always said were subjected to racism and discrimination simply for being Palestinians. Israel is labeled as an apartheid state by international human rights organizations, the United Nations Rapporteur on Human Rights, the Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and even Israeli human rights organizations like B'Tselem have called Israel an apartheid state. There is an international convention against the crime of apartheid, and any person can actually look up this convention and look up Israeli laws and match them, and they will see that Israel fits perfectly under this convention that labels such racial and ethnic discrimination and racism as war crimes and crimes against humanity. I'd like people first to inform themselves about what is going on, they can come and visit us, or they can read about it, or they can look up alternative information to what they are being bombarded on mainstream media by Zionist propaganda. I would like them to know more about what's going on. And then I'd like them to act on this by pointing out the hypocrisy of Western governments. For example, Western governments have subjected Russia to sanctions for annexation of Russian-speaking areas of Ukraine, when Western governments do not say a word about Israel's illegal annexation of the Golan Heights, of Jerusalem, and of other parts of Palestine. This is hypocrisy. When they call for human rights and international law in other parts of the world, but they ignore it in countries that are quote unquote allied with the West, like Saudi Arabia and Israel, which are violating human rights on a daily basis, or Egypt for that matter, where tens of thousands of political prisoners are being held, or Israel, where it tortures children and it keeps people in imprisonment without trial. So point out the hypocrisy, subject Israel to boycott, divestment, sanctions like we did with South Africa, to end this regime of apartheid and racism, and bring freedom to all people here. Yes, including Israelis, because Israelis will never be free as long as Palestinians are oppressed by their government.
We have a speaker swap. We are half an hour behind schedule for this 5-hour event, and so, but the Professor Rafał Pankowski in Warsaw has graciously agreed to let Dr. Arash Siddiqui in Manchester speak as a matter of solidarity, I would say. Arash Siddiqui is Iranian Swedish, but raised in Sweden, and did his PhD in the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, and he's a teacher, screenplay writer, and co-founder of this very hilarious but deeply intellectual BAME Plus podcast network out of Manchester. One of the series that my wife and I really enjoy is Mansplaining Feminism. So, Arash.
Thank you very much. Firstly, apologies to Professor Pankowski for the swap. I have students studying maths in the other room that I have to go to, who will stab each other with pencils if I don't go. So it's a matter of of life and death potentially. I just want to quickly just mention about, I know everyone here has worked so hard. A lot of activists and the researchers here also work tirelessly against fascist elements in their respective countries. And what I would like to do in regards to Sweden is just point out a few criticisms, and that is not criticism of all the activism that is happening, but just the criticism of the ideological battles that are taking place, and just a sort of very brief historical perspective on the rise of the fascist or maybe more accurately ultra-nationalist movement in Sweden. The Swedish Democrats, as you know, is now the second largest party in Sweden, and I think will be the largest party in Sweden by the next election. They've managed to now be essentially in government without actually being in government. So the government coalition has decided that Swedish Democrats would support them and they will listen to them, but they are not directly in the government. This literally means they can have the cake, they can eat the cake and have it, or however that goes. They can still be the outsider and yet be in power. So it is the best thing that could have happened for the Swedish Democrats. And they can maintain that victim status of being outside while having all the power that they wanted. So by the next election, they will be the largest party. I just wanted to point out a few things that are happening in the most recent months. Is Sverigedemokraterna and the Swedish Democratic supporters have started quite a big social media, almost an attack on, or sort of self-defense, a preemptive attack on many sort of leftist movements. And that is, they particularly have gone on the offensive. You can find it in opinion pieces in newspapers, in podcasts that are supportive, if not just sympathetic to the Swedish Democrat movement, of being called fascist. So they are fighting against this term quite actively. And one of the things they are doing is they are putting the being called fascist in a historical, through a historical perspective. I've seen many channels, because I've been following these since for many months now, and I've seen many of them refer back to the sort of Bolshevik propaganda, as they call it, social democratic propaganda, of calling all the opponents, calling all the defendants of the nation, whether in Sweden or other European countries, as fascist. So they are linking this slur of fascism, as they call it, to these undemocratic movements that are coming from the social democratic, globalist, elitist, anti-family, anti-nation, anti-white, essentially, sources. And I think it is very interesting, because as I was speaking to Zani a few months ago about the Swedish Democrats on this channel, Swedish Democrats and the ultra-nationalist movement in Sweden has really two different sources. One is this very overtly almost anti-Semitic source, which very much grew in the civil war in Finland, where a lot of Swedes went in the 1920s and fought, and were and to some extent were radicalized in the anti-Bolshevik, anti-social democratic propaganda there. They saw social democracy as a Jewish attempt to destroy the white nation, family, and all the sort of tropes that we very much see today, replacing the word Jewish with globalist. And you can see a lot of those tropes continuing. And then those people who volunteered in Finland went and received many high-powered positions in the Swedish institutions, like universities and so on. But there's a second, that aspect of it very much is a fascist, racist, old school Nazi aspect of the Swedish Democrats, of their history. However, when a lot of people on the left refer to the Swedish Democrat as just fascist, racist group, and have refused to talk to them and share platforms with them, which very much has played in their hands as this outsider, truth-speaking, true democratic party. They are ignoring this second historical aspect of Swedish Democrats, and that is the ultra-nationalist aspect of them, which started with, or very much grew with Per Engdahl in the 50s and 60s, after World War II, where Per Engdahl and many others in Sweden tried to unite European fascist right post-war, around not race, not genetics, not this idea of people from sub-Saharan Africa being less intelligent, none of that, but they wanted to purify that and talk more about culture. This idea that European culture is rational, it's civilized, that we queue, that the European nationhood belongs to, is linked and is fragile, and it depends on this rationality. And the more people we allow into Europe from places where there is a different culture, where emotions, can suddenly flare up and there is no order, the weaker our democracies become. So to stand up for democracy, we need to stand up for that culture which democracy depends on, which is all of those. And the themes that exist in Swedish Democrats. I mean, their slogan is, I forgot where I put it down, but it's something along the lines of "for a Sweden that feels once again like home." This recalling that a lot of people today have talked about. This cultural aspect of it, is very much a pro-democrat. They see themselves as a very pro-democratic voice. And I think one failure that has happened in the anti-fascist, anti-ultranationalist movement in Sweden is to completely just call them Nazi and racist and refuse to discuss the aspect of Swedish culture, which is very, very prevalent. Sweden has never really had to deal with its sort of colonial past, not necessarily because it didn't have much a colonial presence, but the culture is there. The culture of European superiority exists and is very prevalent. I grew up in Sweden, like Zani said, and I was told many times that in Sweden we queue. In Sweden, you're not in your country anymore. Here we do this and that. And it's very, very sort of on the surface aspect of it. And that is all I wanted to say today. Thank you very much for including me, Zani. I think you muted, Zani, sorry. As much as I'd like to. You are muted, Zani.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sorry. Thanks so much, Arash. It's very enlightening. He did 1 hour dialogue live on this subject, in fine details, going into the ideological roots of Swedish Democrats. They're Swedish Democrats, so named, but they represent the old cultural fascist ideas from 1920s and 30s. The next speaker I have the honor to introduce is Professor Rafał Pankowski, and a good friend. He is a professor of sociology. One of his earliest books was on the spread of fascism in Europe. This was published almost 30 years ago, and he also co-founded and run Never Again Association. That he also is very self-critical as a Polish citizen. They look at like a Polish nationalism, ultra-Catholicism, so much so that his organization that fights genocidal racism is banned from the district of Krakow and others, where Auschwitz, Birkenau Museum, or like mass killing fields exist today. So he's also on the steering committee of this Alliance Against Digital Hate. And so, Rafał?
Thank you very much, Zani. It is a pleasure and an honor for me to be with you today. I hope you can hear me okay. Great. Well, I am speaking on behalf of the Never Again Association, which is based in Poland. Never Again is an anti-fascist organization. And, well, fascism can be defined in different ways, as we heard today. I agree with a lot of what was said. I disagree with a lot of what was said today, but my own understanding of fascism can be summarized in the following way. Fascism, I think, can be understood as interpreted as the politics of total cultural homogeneity, and that means hostility, hatred against all types of minorities. In the context of Polish history, that often meant Jews. It could also mean Muslims and other minorities. In the contemporary context, it means minorities such as LGBT and others. And well, in this context, I would like to convey and express solidarity with all those who are fighting against fascism in Myanmar, in India, in the US, and all over the world. And I would like to echo some of the things that were already expressed by people such as Demir, Mahmoud Hajic, and also Gregory Stanton. And it is very important for us in Poland today, undoubtedly. The war by Putin's Russia against Ukraine is a fascist war. It is a war driven by a denial of the existence of Ukrainian identity. And well, one of the biggest aspects of the impact of the war on Poland is, of course, the issue of refugees. We are now we are dealing with the biggest refugee movement in modern history. Approximately 2 million Ukrainian refugees are in Poland today, and we are talking about a country of less than 40 million. So we are definitely dealing with a challenge on a scale that is unprecedented. And to be honest with you, like Zarni said, I have often been very self-critical, meaning critical of my own country, of my own government, of my own society. But in this case, this is maybe one of the rare cases when I am actually very proud of being Polish, in the sense of in the way that Polish society has welcomed the refugees from Ukraine, and the Polish citizens, Polish society has been in solidarity with the refugees from Ukraine. Having said that, of course, there is also a backlash that we monitor, that we deal with. The Never Again Association already in the first weeks of the war documented and monitored and published a report on the cases of hate speech and hate crimes against the refugees from Ukraine, both Ukrainian nationals and so-called non-white refugees from Ukraine. So we are well aware of the fact that there are extreme right groups who are active, spreading hate speech and hostility against the refugees, both Ukrainian nationals and non-Ukrainian nationals. And our report is out there, and this is something that we are monitoring also in cooperation with our colleagues from the Get the Trolls Out project internationally. So the title of our report is "Let's Maintain Solidarity with the Refugees," and I would like to stress it and emphasize it as the main message that we want to send out. Well, but of course, this is in parallel with our own crisis of democratic culture and democratic values in Poland. And the biggest example of that is the Day of Independence on the 11th of November in Poland annually, which has become a gathering point for the far right, both from Poland and from other countries. That has become the biggest far right event in Europe and beyond, and that has been enabled by social media platforms in terms of fundraising, in terms of mobilizing support, and I am talking about all the major social media platforms that unfortunately until today promote the far right event on the Day of Independence of Poland on the 11th of November every year, which is one of the symbols of the rise of the far right in Poland and internationally. So I would like to finish my remarks by once again expressing solidarity with all those who oppose fascism all over the world, and we are with you, and greetings from Poland.
Thank you, Rafał. We are half an hour behind schedule, and so we will finish at 4:30. And for those of you who have been sitting since the the first hour, we have beaten the marathon. This is twice marathon. It's 5 hours now, and we have also been here longer than any Wimbledon or U.S. Open tennis matches. And so kudos to those who have the stamina against fascism. The next speaker I'd like to give the floor is Professor Jude Fernando. Jude is a dear friend of mine, and he is originally from Sri Lanka. He is associate professor in the School of Divinity at the Trinity College of Dublin. And he's also the organizer of Permanent People's Tribunal on Sri Lanka. He has written a number of books on the religion, politics, and violence in Sri Lanka. Jude?
Yeah. Thank you, Sani, for giving this forum. Talking about the far-right agenda, fascism, and the Sinhala Buddhist nationalism in Sri Lanka, I want to start with by saying that the Sri Lankan state is an exceptional state, which is not noticed often, both in the academic and activist circles. Why I say this is that in many countries, there is an ebb and flow tide towards the right-wing agenda or towards the opposite direction. There are historical phases of right-wing politics that crushes every other stream of political thinking. And then that stream subsides after certain forms of resistance, and there is a phase that follows with some kind of liberal peace. This is not true with regard to Sri Lanka. Two other states that I can really pinpoint are the state of Israel and the United States of America. These three states, in my understanding and analysis, have been founded on the bodies and the land of the native people, basically on certain genocidal processes, historically and in our times. Even in the case of the United States, the most visible and overt expression of the far-right agenda that is seen in the Republican movement led by Trump's camp is, in a way, a reflection of the US social political fabric. What the Democrats did behind the scene, the Republicans under the leadership of Trump did openly. With regard to the state of Israel, you can see a very consistent pattern as a settler colony. And with the case of Sri Lanka, this is not evident because it is seen to be one of the success stories of liberal democracy for decades. But what this liberal democracy means, especially for the Tamils in the north and east of the island, has not been questioned, even after genocide that was ruled by the second session of the People's Tribunal in Bremen, in which Sani was one of the judges. Now, why do I say Sri Lankan state is an exception? Now, please note my use of words. I'm referring to the state, not to the government as such. There's a distinction between the governments and the state. It is the government that runs a right-wing state structure that serves a geopolitical agenda from its very inception, like the state of Israel, has become a strategic outpost for the imperial powers in the Middle East. Sri Lanka, in its very inception of its construction of the state, was constructed as a strategic outpost in the Indian subcontinent. And that strategic outposts cannot be maintained without a particular supremacist ideology. That ideology has been formed out of Sinhala Buddhism, where there is a strong belief that has been propagated, which did not exist from time immemorial, but since the colonial period, where the entire territoriality of the island, Sinhala ethnicity, Buddhism, and the unitary character of the state are seen as inseparable entities. This is exactly what sets the right-wing fascist ideology of the Sri Lankan state with the liberal democratic facade. So for the outside world, it looks like a functioning liberal democracy, but for its victims, it is extremely fascist, extremely racist, extremely homogenizing, extremely supremacist. We have to ask the Tamils and now the Muslims how they look at the states. The best judges of any right-wing agenda are its victims. How they look at it, not the liberal democratic framework, no. Even Hitler was elected within a liberal democratic framework. Of course, those who accuse movements of resistance of using violence and keeping an iron grip over the population, say, well, these resistance movements are not elected by the people. So my argument to them is the most, one of the worst cases of modern history, Nazism, emerged out of a liberal democratic framework. So within a liberal democratic, Trump was elected, Modi was elected through a liberal democratic framework. So the question is, under the facade of liberal democratic framework, fascism can thrive very, very much unchallenged. Now, the question here is, therefore, changing of governments in the case of Sri Lanka would not change the structure of the state, which gives rise to a right-wing fascist supremacist ideology. My argument is, it's not the ideology that drives the agenda, but the very state structure. So, as long as the state structure is not challenged, the ideology continues to thrive. That's exactly what's happening in Sri Lanka. Now, for the first 30 years after the so-called independence, let's call it formal independence, the state which was really carved by the British out of two regions, Tamil and Sinhala, into one unitary state political structure, was handed over to the Sinhala elite, okay, who continuously made the rest of the Sinhala population believe that the entire island belongs to them and the Tamils are the invaders. Whereas it is the colonially constructed state structure that controls the island in service of the imperial powers in the Indian Ocean, containing India, but the Tamils are portrayed as invaders. This is typical of any kind of fascist, any kind of right-wing agenda. The outsider is created from within. That's one of the features of any kind of fascist right-wing agenda. Okay, there's a scapegoating. Okay, whether in the case of the Rohingya people, whether in the case of Jews, whether in the case of Muslims, whether in the case of African American people, indigenous people, migrants, whoever they may be. Okay. Now, the first 30 years, the Tamils resisted non-violently, asking for equal rights. All of these protests were brutally crushed, killing hundreds of Tamils. And then in the 70s, Tamil political parties got together and passed a resolution based on self-determination, nationhood, and homeland. And the repression increased, militarization increased. It is at this juncture that the Tamil movement moved towards an armed mode. And for another 30 years, there was an armed resistance against the highly intense warfare that was conducted by the Sri Lankan state with this fascist agenda, heavily backed by the UK, USA, and Israel selling Kafir jets. Okay. Now, in 2002, due to the balance of power, there was a peace process that came into effect. In fact, the Tamil national movement, even though outside it is portrayed and by the inside Sinhala nationalists portrayed as a fascist movement, its framework is secular and pluralist. It is a fruit of historical oppression. Now, I am not a Tamil. I am a Sinhalese in exile. I speak both languages fluently. My choice of learning Tamil was a moral response to the atrocities that I saw committed against the Tamil by my own community. I started learning Tamil as a teenager in the 80s. Okay? And I'm in exile for opposing my own state structure and siding non-negotiably for the self-determination of the Tamils. And the 2000 peace process would have really changed the character of the state, mainly because of the resistance of the Tamils. And it was at that very moment the US and UK intervened decisively to upset the balance of power between the two parties that would have changed the structure of the state, and then emboldened heavily the Sri Lankan state, militarily, diplomatically, and politically. As a result, the gates of hell were opened, and the climax of genocidal process was reached in 2009, according to UN reports, at least by killing 70,000 Tamils within a matter of 6 months. Now, after which, the Sinhala mindset moved to another shift, where they started targeting the Muslim community in the country. So the state, in a way, later on, supported heavily, and after 2009 Easter Sunday attacks, it came to another moment of high intense vilification of the Muslims, where the state was accepted by the global powers now as a full-fledged member of the global war on terror, heightening Islamophobia in the country. Even now, in conclusion, even in the massive economic crisis which unfolded during the last year, it is very, very clear those who protested in the heart of Colombo happened to be mostly Sinhalese. Their slogans are against economic mismanagement of the regime that led the war and that orchestrated anti-Muslim campaign in the country, but not against the gross violations of human rights against the Tamils and the Muslims. Even in the midst of the massive economic crisis, where there is still a heavy shortage of medicines in the hospital, people are queuing up for basic essential goods. There are at least 600 Muslims who are being detained without charges, and hundreds of Tamil political prisoners who have been detained for over a decade. And increased militarization in the north and east. For example, in the district of Mullaitivu, there is a soldier per 2 Tamils, which means there are 120,000 Tamils in that region, and there are 60,000 soldiers in that region. Okay, none of these was an issue in the heart of the economic crisis, even amongst Sinhalese. So you can see how the state itself is so strong and backed by the major powers in the world because it is so important, and that shapes the ideology of the Sinhala masses, unfortunately. Okay. In conclusion, why is the Sri Lankan state is so important? It is an island in the heart of the Indian Ocean, as you all know. And in the colonial period, this island was seen as a strategic location in countering other imperial powers by the British and containing India. The Tamils in the north and east always had an affinity to Indian independence movement. The Sinhalese were made to believe that they are closer to the British and the Tamils are the invaders. And the British made these 2 regions into one single state because you can use a strategic location by having 2 domains. A strategic location of an island has to be a one single political unit. And today, the same political unit is very important in the US-British encirclement of China, in militarizing the Indian Ocean with the backing of India. So the right-wing agenda in Sri Lanka gains life, not because my ethnic community is bloodthirsty, okay? But because historically they have been shaped, they have been conditioned, they have been fathomed. And even though Sinhala government may be my worst enemy, because of which I'm in exile for 20 years, I wouldn't hate them. I would see it in a broader context. So the best way to fight fascism and the right-wing agenda is to explore the conditions that generate these ideologies and then resist in a secular, pluralist, progressive manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jude Lal. The forces that created these conditions in which the various forms of far-right fascisms, had been well explained by Professor Chomsky in his opening remarks, and it will be republished on our site as a standalone piece, about 13 minutes in duration. The next speaker is Amita Pal. He's an old friend from Madison. He still lives there. We've been friends since then. We don't see each other often. Understatement. But he was managing director of one of the premier publications among those activists and progressive intellectuals called the Progressive. And he was there for 10 years, and he has since moved to Freedom from Religion Foundation. He is in charge of their communications and public affairs. Amit Pal?
Thank you so much, Zarni. It's such a privilege, and I've learned so much. And Zarni has asked me to do a comparative focus on my two countries, which have been giving me twice as much heartburn as for a regular citizen of either one of these countries, and that's India and the United States. In fact, I've been working on a book on populisms in these countries, much more further along in the research than in the writing, but that's provided me some thoughts and some insights. So let's start briefly with the founding of India, since, as many of you may know, the founding of independent India, because India celebrated its 75th anniversary just in August, mid-August, a bittersweet celebration for progressives and secular-minded folks for reasons I'll get into in just a moment. But I would argue, India's secular founding was itself a bit flawed. As much as I admire Jawaharlal Nehru, in fact, my office does too, and we have his quote about not believing in an afterlife on his birthday, November 14th, just a few days ago, every year, displayed on our electronic marquee. But I think he himself was not religious, but he knew India was a deeply religious society. So secularism in India meant and has meant traditionally, quote unquote, equal respect for all religions, not a distancing from religion as in the United States or France. And I would argue that this was much more easily subverted by the ruling BJP, especially because of charges of minority appeasement. They were able to subvert this in a much more effective manner than would have been possible if India was secular in the Western sense. But it's not only that. The reason for the effectiveness of Narendra Modi and his government, I would argue, is two-pronged. It's because of Hindutva or Hindu nationalism, but also because of welfarism, I kid you not. And here he differs from the Republican Party in the United States, for example. I've been to India twice in the past year to make up for lost time during the pandemic and to be with my dear mother. And in January, when I went, December, January, there were elections in the largest state in India, most important state, a state of, I kid you not, 230 million people, called Uttar Pradesh. And COVID had happened, the cataclysm where as many as the World Health Organization estimates, maybe up to 5 million Indians died. But People were not caring for that. One reason was that they have been programmed by Hindu nationalism. The other is that these micro schemes ranging from cooking gas to bank accounts, all personalized with literally a photo often of Narendra Modi on any documentation, has made the BJP really really popular and a formidable force to be reckoned with, even among the downtrodden sections of society that may not care as much for Hindu nationalism. So they have wrecked, they've engaged in macro wreckage, as I say, because a number of instances, the most ridiculous economic move in post-independence India, Modi's demonetization a few years ago of high-value bank notes, which he said would solve corruption, wrecked the economy. COVID twice over, the horrible handling of the health aspects, and in the first wave, the abrupt lockdown that left workers scrambling for lives and livelihood. Third was the demonetization, and fourth, there are no jobs. But he has managed to keep people happy by the schemes, by having allotment of what are called rations, which is a certain amount of kilograms of rice and wheat available to the vast majority of India's population. I mean, I've heard numbers up to 850 million. So all of that has kept people really happy while they go about implementing their agenda and subverting institutions, from the Reserve Bank of India to the Election Commission to the Central Bureau of Investigation. One can go just on and on and on. The Enforcement Directorate, which does tax enforcement, is now used so selectively against opposition figures. And if you join the BJP, the same Enforcement Directorate lets go of everything. For example, they're just, example after example of how institutions have been subverted. Christopher Jaffrelot, France-based scholar, has done amazing work on this, and I would urge you to check out his book on Modi and ethnic democracy. So that's also a major difference. In the United States, the guardrails, as the cliche goes, have generally held. Even Mike Pence, who many of us wouldn't care for, is preening. He has a new book out, so help me God, that he didn't go along with annulling the election results of the 2020 elections. In India, almost nobody has had the courage to stand up to Modi. Those who have been sidelined. Judges, minority judges, or secular-minded judges are not appointed to, for example, the Supreme Court. They have blocked them. The Central Bureau of Investigation, a director, was forced to resign. And this is amusing. An information commissioner who was trying to look into whether Modi actually has a genuine college degree, because he's actually a school dropout, was divested of his portfolio. So it's just absolutely incredible. Two main worries, and that will enable the perpetuation of BJP's rule in India. One, again, a big difference with the United States. The media is almost completely on Modi's side. Just today and yesterday, there's been an announcement of the complete takeover of one of the last broadcast, independent-minded broadcast channels, NDTV, by, I kid you not, the richest man in India and one of the richest in the world, Gautam Adani. So the major difference with the US, because in the US, there is a right-wing media ecosystem, Fox, Sinclair, etc., but much of the media, as we know, has opposed Trump. In India, there are print outlets, Frontline, the misnamed The Hindu, Scroll, Wire portals. I would urge you to check them out. But most people in India just follow the broadcast media and WhatsApp. An uncle of mine, I was visiting his home. I said, "Do you have any papers?" He said, "I don't get newspapers now." So that's the reality, very different from the US. Another big difference, the Election Commission has been subverted in terms of announcing their dates according to Modi's convenience and allowing massive legalized bribery. through electoral bonds, which are anonymous donations to the tunes of tens of millions allowed to political parties. And guess where almost all the money goes? No surprises for guessing, of course, the ruling party. Another huge difference, the institutional apparatus of the right in India. The Rashtriya Swamsevak Sangh, the RSS, founded in the 1920s, partly modeled on Mussolini and Mussolini's fascists, admiring of Hitler's Nazi Germany. Those references have been expunged from the founder's books and statements, the founder and the first leader's books. In India, they've existed since the 1920s, have burrowed into institutions, and Narendra Modi has been a member of the RSS since he was, I'm not making this up, 8 years old. At an age, I think when most of us are trying to figure out elementary school, he was already indoctrinated. And that's a huge difference. Trump obviously was not a member of anything at that age, except him, just preening as a rich, spoiled kid. And there have been institutions in the US like the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, but they're right-wing outfits, but their influence is just marginal as compared to what's happening in India. So both are identitarian nations, but in India, it's much further along the right-wing identitarian project. The US, in fact, may have stepped back from the brink recently. Let's hope so. But I would argue that in both countries, there is still the danger of normalizing extremism. What seemed extreme just a short while ago now seems normal. The previous Republican president before Trump, Bush, now seems almost like a nice guy. In India, the previous BJP Prime Minister Vajpayee, although personally he was not unlikable, but was furthering along the Hindutva agenda in a more subtle way, perhaps, is now considered pretty much a humanist, even though, again, he was from an RSS background. So what's happened is a shifting to the right in both the countries. Modi's second term, especially, has been very worrisome. There's been a bill which is still in semi-cold storage to disenfranchise Muslims. There's been the annexation and the de-autonomizing of Kashmir. For example, there's been anti-conversion laws. Just this morning, I read in preparation for this talk that a state called Uttarakhand is increasing the sentence to 10 years in prison for quote-unquote conversion by allurement or by fraud. 10 years. So all of that is happening, very, very worrisome. Jaffalo calls now India an ethnic democracy with Israel as a role model. The United States is just a bit behind. The United States is also guilty of acquiescing in India's project because India is now a major partner in the Quad. Basically, India, US, Japan, and Australia against China, and basically is seen as a bulwark, especially after the Russian invasion of the Ukraine. It's been even given even more leeway, even though it's been ambivalent towards Russia. So worrisome portents in both countries, but I would argue India is even more worrisome than the United States and needs to be kept closely watched. Thank you so much, Zarni, for allowing me to speak and to give a comparative perspective on India and the United States.
Thank you, Amit. That is the former managing director of the Progressive and the communications director at the Freedom from Religion Foundation. The next speaker, who will be the second last, is a Colombian American, Professor Camilo Perez Bustillo. He is the director of the San Francisco chapter of National Lawyers Guild, and also he is with the International Tribunal of Conscience, Mexico City-based justice network. Camilo? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
You need to, can you turn your video on if that's okay with you? Or you just want to give...
Here we go. Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure to be able to join you. It's a great honor. In solidarity, on behalf of the International Tribunal of Conscience of Peoples and Movement, which is based in Mexico City, which was founded there in 2010 with more than 500 adherents from over 60 countries and territories throughout the world, and on behalf of the National Lawyers Guild, and as a founding member of the leadership collective of Witness at the Border, which is focused on the defense of human rights at the US-Mexico border and in immigrant communities throughout the US. We join you humbly with great respect for our brother, Zarni, and all of the colleagues who have organized and participated in this powerful global initiative. Our voice today, in the spirit of solidarity, shared struggle, and compassion, is here as a voice from within the global South within the global North, and tries to reach across all the borders that have been imposed to divide us. But it is a voice specifically grounded in Latin America and the Caribbean, and in the experiences of grassroots struggles for human rights in Mexico and Colombia, my homeland, and in immigrant communities of Latin American origin, Latinas and Latinos within the US that number over 60 million. Many of us are of indigenous origin and African descent. This solidarity with the democratic struggle in Burma is our internationalist duty, as well as human rights defenders, advocates, and scholars in resistance to the hegemonic pretensions of all superpowers everywhere. The ITCPM, the Tribunal of Conscience, is the first tribunal of conscience focused specifically on documenting violations of the rights of migrants, refugees, and displaced persons on a global scale. So the case of the Rohingya is a crucial case for us that we connect to others in our own region, such as in the context of armed conflicts in Colombia and the ongoing so-called drug war, which is really a war against the people in Mexico. The NLG, the National Lawyers Guild, was founded in 1937. It's the oldest progressive lawyers organization in the US, has over 5,000 members and chapters, and so I speak also for them. And we are an affiliate of both the International Association of Democratic Lawyers and the IADL's sister organization in Latin America, which is the Asociación Americana de Juristas, the Association of American Jurists. We are here to underline the commonalities which unite us at this historical moment of convergent structural crises in the global capitalist order, which oppresses, exploits, and marginalizes all of us as it spins deeper into the chaos of war, ecocide, and resurgent fascism and authoritarianism amid intensifying currents of forced displacement and migration. These same forces that we struggle against are widely present throughout Latin America, the Caribbean, and the communities of immigrants in the US. This notably includes the consolidation and ascent of neo-fascist and white supremacist movements grounded in racism and xenophobia within our countries and beyond, across the borders and in the US, and which emulate those that we have learned about in Italy, in Sweden, France, in Spain, in Germany, in the UK, in the Mediterranean and the Aegean, at the borders of Europe, and throughout the US and the US-Mexico border region. These are the same forces which promote genocide there and against the peoples of Burma, our sisters and brothers. Our emphasis is on the need to free ourselves through broad-based democratic liberation struggles against the increasingly globalized colonial and neo-colonial legacies and matrices of power and domination. We understand that decolonization is a continuous, unfolding process throughout our diverse regions and peoples. And that's why our struggle is to decolonize international law and human rights itself. From our perspective, the core of our common suffering includes our struggle for human rights, but not human rights in the abstract. It is instead for what we in Latin America have defined as human rights from below, from the perspective of the victims of the global systems of dominations, with migrants as indigenous peoples recognized as among those throughout the world who are the most excluded. That is why we ask you also to join us in making a stand at the borders of the US and Mexico very soon through a journey for justice that begins December 2nd at the eastern edge of the border at Brownsville and Matamoros and culminates at its western limits at the Pacific that unites us with you in Asia and the other struggles we've heard tonight on December 18th, which is observed globally as International Migrants Day. We will observe International Human Rights Day, December 10th, as part of this initiative at the site, the memorial, which commemorates the 23 fatal victims of the August 2019 massacre in El Paso, Texas, on US territory, which targeted people of Mexican origin as those to blame for the so-called Great Replacement carried out through migrant invasion, which is so popular among European fascist movements and has found its home here in the US through Trump and the broader movement he represents. This was, of course, the racist and xenophobic hate speech at the heart of the rhetoric and policies, the anti-immigrant initiatives of Trump from the White House, including the forced separation of migrant families. It's the same crimes that were committed against the Rohingya or against Muslim citizens in India or against the Tamil and the Muslims in Sri Lanka, as we've been hearing. Sadly, many of these policies continue in place today under Biden at the border. Please join us to stand for justice and solidarity there. You can find this initiative, I will also post it, witnessattheborder.org. Our commitment is to law as a transformative force and to need to reimagine the role of law and to reimagine ourselves and our identities. We also need to rethink, redefine, and reconstruct our understanding and our practice regarding fundamental concepts such as national sovereignty, the nation state, and what we mean by citizenship. This means reconfiguring existent states from below in defense of our rights to resistance and rebellion. This is the process underway from below in contexts such as Mexico, Colombia, Chile, Brazil, Bolivia, Ecuador, Honduras, Haiti, and Puerto Rico, among other crucial living examples from which we embrace the struggle of the Burmese people and of all peoples for liberation. This is our common aspiration and struggle. We shall overcome. Venceremos. Thank you.
You are mute.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, I have the pleasure and honor to invite is Professor Sami El Arian, a very renowned civil rights activist in the US, professor of computer engineering over there for 2 decades, and now at the Istanbul Zaim University, directing the Center for Islam and Global Affairs and Public Affairs professor. And he's also recognized for his efforts to fight the use of secret evidence in immigration courts. He was the subject of this documentary, and he was in the Encyclopedia American Dissidents, and he's also a Palestinian, I believe, and it's a pleasure to have him speak. Professor Sami?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Zarni, and thank you for your hosting this phenomenal event. My speech today is really going to be centered about what's happening in the Palestinian struggle. This month, we commemorate over a century, in fact, 105 years of the Balfour Declaration, which was an attempt by Britain at the time to promise a Zionist movement, a nation Zionist movement that was established over 2 decades before that declaration, in order to establish what they called a Jewish homeland in Palestine. It was the marriage of British imperialism with the Zionist ambitions at the time. We need to note that the Zionist movement that was established by Theodor Herzl has nothing really to do with Jewish religion or faith. It had to do, of course, with European racism and anti-Semitism that existed back late in the 19th century, and it continued until the middle of the 20th century, in which European Jews were subjected to European racism and anti-Semitism, but they wanted to solve that problem at the expense of the Palestinians. And the Zionist movement, we need to understand, came as a result of this, but it was established as a settler colonialist movement, having a racist ideology, and it was calling for an exclusivist Jewish supremacist state, and allied itself for over a century now with imperialist, colonialist powers, great powers. First Great Britain, and then the United States. Ever since the advent of the Zionist movement towards that time, since the late 19th century, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has become one of the most intractable struggles in modern times. As I mentioned, that this movement has been successful in establishing a settler colonialist state in the historical land of Palestine by implementing several strategies and employing varying tactics to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian people from the Palestinian lands. This started in 1948, or culminated in 1948. The program itself started in 1917 when Britain occupied Palestine. These tactics include wars, invasions, military conquests, collective punishment, establishing a system of military control in the West Bank, and imposing a suffocating siege over Gaza to deny the Palestinians basic political and human rights. These tactics also include the forced expulsion of Palestinians, the natives of Palestine, from Palestine, and the denial of their return, as well as that of their descendants. Today, we have almost half of the Palestinian people, over 7 million people, dispersed around the world, particularly in squalid refugee camps in Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and other places. They also use such tactics as the confiscation and annexation of territories and holy shrines, the establishment of a security state where over half the population are subject to military rule and discriminatory practices protected by unjust laws, and the institutionalization of an ID system based on ethnicity. There is the establishment of Jewish-only roads, Jewish-only settlements. If you compare the life of Palestinians in the West Bank, for instance, and so-called settlers, it is like masters and slaves. These Jewish-only settlements and colonies have been constructed now for the past 40 years on Palestinian land, and today they number over 800,000 that have complete rights, while the people living in their own lands in the West Bank are deprived of basic rights. You find the construction of separate roads for Israeli citizens around many of these colonies, the use of hundreds of military checkpoints, erecting what is called the separation wall around the majority of the Palestinian communities, thus creating these West Bank enclaves, not dissimilar to the Bantustans that existed in South Africa in a bygone era. the use of Palestinians as cheap labor, and sanctioning inequities in infrastructure, legal rights, and access to land and resources, as well as instituting a discriminatory legal structure, including marriage law, the passing of citizenship and Jewish nationality law, the continuous Judaization of Jerusalem, and denial of religious rights for Muslims and Christians, not to say about the use of assassinations as a tool throughout its history of over 7 decades to eliminate thousands of Palestinians and other supporters around the world for resisting their brutal occupation, as well as countless other tactics to usurp Palestinian territories and exclude as many of the Palestinians from their historical land as much as possible. These strategies and tactics that have been used by Israel for decades, as I said, resemble pretty much or even surpassed many aspects of the South African apartheid regime. And this form of neocolonialism not only have been gone unchecked, but it's thriving. We just saw an election where the most right government in the history of the state of Israel is going to be formed shortly, with people who are avowedly and proudly fascist, racist. Our struggle is not simply to condemn or reconcile with a racist, fascist, supremacist, settler colonial system. Our struggle is not to accept the so-called two-state or one-state solution. Our strategic goal collectively must be to de-Zionize Palestine, pure and simple. Freedom, justice, and genuine peace cannot be realized or reconciled or coexist with the fascist, racist, supremacist mentality or a colonial settler movement and state. To dismantle Zionist institutions and its manifestations, as well as to break the bond with its fascist and imperialist supporters, must be our goal and objective. One must also emphasize the importance of creating a global solidarity movement that seeks to end the Israeli apartheid regime by activating and employing many tactics, including those of the boycott, divest, and sanctions movement. The objective of such tactics is to isolate the Israeli apartheid state and force its racist colonialist system to eventually disintegrate or collapse. This global movement to de-Zionize Palestine that I'm calling for must resist, engage, and clash with the Zionist movement worldwide on all levels and across all geographies that include or should include states, governments, NGOs, political parties, social movements, communities, individuals. Everyone has a role to play. And we must engage them and clash with them across everything, politically, socially, economically, legally, culturally, academically, on the level of human rights, arts, music, sports, all fields, you name it, nothing should be spared. The Palestinian act of resistance is moral, laudable, noble, and honorable, but it's not enough. It's not enough to overcome the assault and brutality of the Zionist movement and its adherents or its backers. The resistance must also be complemented and shared in action, commitment, and engagement, as I said, by an international solidarity movement, working side by side in all places and at all levels and in all fields, to invigorate the struggle, not for the sake of demarcation of borders or the creation of a truncated state, but rather for the sake of dismantling this racist colonialist ideology and its manifestation. We need to support the struggle of the Palestinians inside Palestine. But this vision of resisting and continuous clash with the international powers that support Zionist state and movement should lead to the increasing vital role of people outside Palestine in the political and resistance struggle against the project. This struggle, as I said, is not just a Palestinian struggle carried out by Palestinians for a limited objective. It will be a universal struggle across the world, carried out by every person who cares about justice, freedom, equality, and truth. This, of course, does not mean dwarfing the role of the Palestinian struggle inside Palestine, but rather to integrate this struggle so that they would complement each other. While the Zionist settler racist state targets the land and the human being, the end of injustice and racism in Palestine will not only lead to the restoration of justice and freedom for the Palestinian people as we expand this global movement, but it will also ironically save Judaism and its adherents from the racist doctrines of Zionism. In essence, this goal seeks not only to liberate Palestinians, but also to prevent the desecration of the great prophetic tradition of Judaism. The West, because of its racism, xenophobia, and anti-Semitism, has been unable to solve its quote-unquote Jewish problem as they historically characterize it. But the history of the region of the Arab and Islamic world demonstrates that any Jew oppressed or persecuted in the West or elsewhere is welcome to migrate and to live safely with dignity, but not as an exclusivist and racist state or coming at the expense of any rights of the Palestinian people. That is pure and simple what our goal is. And if the state of Israel, as a advanced, brutal state representing the imperialist powers, when that disintegrates, imperialism and colonialism and empires would be shot at their heart, and they will eventually collapse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sami El-Arian, for that impassioned appeal for international solidarity. We have a Rohingya brother who's co-chairing, but taking care of the technical aspect, and we cannot end this event without the Rohingya genocide victim survivor speak for themselves. And so the Rohingyas have their own autonomous agency, and I, as a Burmese Buddhist, must not dwarf or squander their opportunity to speak. And so I would invite my Rohingya brother Nesalman, who co-hosts this event, to speak a few words, and then we will have the last program, which is the Northern Welsh folk punk singer, performing, but she was fighting COVID the last week, and so she could not join us in person, but she has made a special recording for this specific event. Nesalman.
Yeah, hello everyone. Good evening. I am very honored to co-host this very important event with my brother Dr. Zani, and also I have listened all the honorable speaker since the beginning. I have learned a lot about this fascism and also the people suffering around the world. And the worst thing my community has suffered for almost 5 decades. The genocide is still ongoing. So I will speak very shortly. We still need your solidarity to end this ongoing genocide against the Rohingya people. There are about more than 1 million Rohingya are still in Bangladesh. They don't know when they can go back to their homeland, although the Bangladesh government and the international community have been talking about the repatriation since these people fled from their homeland in 2017. But it has been more than 5 years now, nothing happened. If this military remain in power, this repatriation is not going to happen. So we need your solidarity, your voice, because the voice from all the level are important. Especially, we believe that the voice from the grassroots level is more affecting them. We directly speak with the those who are in power. That from the grassroots, pushing from the grassroots level is more helpful than speaking to them directly. So thank you so much. I am very honored to be part of this event. I hope to see you all again in the next marathon event. I'm sure my brother Dr. Zani will arrange such event again in near future. Thank you.
Yeah, I thank also everyone who has contributed in so many different ways, and in these dark times where when we are heading towards a 1.5 plus degree centigrade world, particularly for our children and grandchildren and the future generations of human, I think the cooperation among all of us is so crucial, and we must not be siloed in our respective projects or programs, whether it's genocide or ending the war. I think it's very clear, tackling climate change, the liberating the human spirit, the human communities from the oppressive forces of multiple forms of colonialism of race, religion, faith, sexual orientation, patriarchy, colonialism of class. We are ruled by a handful of multi-billionaires. What we are witnessing with Twitter, that we are ruled by demagogues. We are ruled by banks. We are ruled by multinational corporations, and we must liberate our spirit from these multiple colonialism, whether they are called proto-fascism or far-right populism, communist, or capitalist, whatever the name. That the one thing is very clear: these forces are responsible for the current conditions of humanity and the planet. And that's just my last word. So I will make all the names and email addresses of the participants available to everyone that contributed. So anyway, but as Emma Goldman said, a century ago, we must not have a serious anti-fascist forum without some form of music and art. And we can't dance because we're on the Zoom, but at least we can enjoy the Northern Welsh folk punk music. We ready?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the invite to be part of this amazing event with so many interesting people from all across the world. My name's Eva Supertramp. I'm from Wales. Unfortunately, I've been struck down by COVID followed by an allergic reaction. So this is an old video I filmed in the summer of 2020 during the first lockdown. And it's from Epping Forest, which is a very beautiful forest with a radical history in London. And this is a song about uniting our struggles and remembering all the people that came before us and that made it possible for us to still be here and to imagine the futures we want the future generations to see. And yeah, solidarity forever, anti-fascism forever. Yechida o Gymru.
We asked for bread and roses and they called us champagne socialists. Said we are Prosecco punks, so rob another bottle and let's get pissed in both senses of the word. We're always angry and often drunken. They call us demanding, cause we demand more. They try to undermine us, but they've never been poor. Just cause we want more than the shit they give us don't mean our dreams are too big to be achieved. I know it won't be easy, but I know that you're with me, and I'm with you, and so is she, and they are too. So big up to all the ones that always ask for more. A shout out to all the awkward hardcore, the ones that demanded an 8-hour day and women's rights. The end of segregation didn't come without a fight. So if it feels hard, don't forget that you are strong. Think of those who fought before, whose shoulders we are standing on. And we can't beat these fascist fuckers, there's less of them than us. And we can't beat these rich ass bosses, there's more of us than them. And we will squat their palaces, we will build a bigger table, we will rip down all the fences, all the borders, all the walls. When we look at history, we see how we benefit from the pillage and the pain of people out of sight. When we stay informed, the facts are pretty scary, like how the earth will burn, 'cause we don't care about it, and how our trans sisters are murdered in the street. That boy you were in school with, he can't afford to eat. And our anti-racism has to start within ourselves, 'cause it is systematic and ingrained in this country's wealth. So if it feels hard, don't forget that you are strong. Think of those who fought before, the shoulders we are standing on. And we can't beat these fascist fuckers, there's less of them than us. And we can't beat these rich ass bosses, there's more of us than them. And we will squat their palaces, we will build a bigger table, we will rip down all the fences, all the borders, all the walls. So turn off the news and put down that phone. Get out on the streets, 'cause you are not alone. Yeah, if your body's able and you have got the choice, well, we gotta scream till we run out of voice, 'cause things don't change themselves, and we have to be persistent, and we have to keep believing, 'cause the change, it won't be instant. But on this earth, there's always been the spirit to put up a fight against the ones who stole it all, and for what we know is right. So if it feels hard, don't forget that you are strong. Think of those who fought before, shoulders we are standing on. And we can't beat these fascist fuckers, there's less of them than us. And we can't beat these rich ass bosses, there's more of us than them. And we will squat their palaces, we will build a bigger table, we will rip down all the fences, all the borders, all the walls. Thank you. My name is Ever Supertramp. You can buy my merch from eversupertramp.co.uk, or if you just want to send me donations, it's paypal.me/eversupertramp. Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Have a great night or a great day.